So hello everybody, this is the Political Matrix. I don't know if y'all know how crazy of a show, but we got a crazy show.
Been around the world and back again, right? You hear things, see things, but there's a lot of shit happening as usual, you know what I mean? What's good, everybody?
One of your hosts,
Oh, damn, already.
It's the streamer what? Pop back out. See if I can come back in. Maybe it's better. Okay.
Looks like, I'll jump in here. Sorry if I'm cutting you off, Marcus, but it seems as if we have a little bit of tech issues on Marcus's side. But I just wanted to say, happy Sunday, everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed their Saturday night. If you went out or you got drunk or high, whatever, I hope you're straight. So the fight was on last night. That's why we didn't do our usual Saturday night program. Gervonta Tank Davis fought his homeboy last night. That was it turned out to be a really good fight. Actually, the whole card wasn't bad at all. It was actually a very entertaining card. If you did watch, I hope you caught the highlights. If you didn't watch, just go on the internet. You can find it. The controversy with that fight is Tank Davis. He didn't do what he needed to do to knock homeboy out, but also Roach. That was that's his opponent's last name. Roach wasn't able to. He wasn't able to knock him out or knock him down or win enough on the cards. Even though he threw more and landed more, his percentages were a little bit low. And when you compare his numbers with Gervonta Davis's numbers, it's me personally, who did I have winning? I thought Roach actually won the fight. That's my personal opinion. However, I do see how you could view it the other side. So I'm not too mad if you're looking at the fight and saying, well, Tank won that match. Hamza was good. I see you in here. I knew you was going to be in here with your comments about the fight. Hamza is our resident boxing, MMA, homie. He always shows up and always gives us, the lowdown on what's going on with MMA specifically. And Marcus and I are boxing fans. We was on the phone last night actually talking about these fights as well. So I just want to say what's up to him. Everybody who's joining us on Rockfin, if you're on Twitter, if you're on the book, YouTube, all that, wherever you're watching it, thank you. We appreciate you for joining us. As usual, hit the like button, all that subscribe shit. That's what everybody says. If you tune in, you tune in. If not, cool. We appreciate it. We have several topics to get into today. As you can see, we'll discuss Trump and Zelensky. We'll discuss the Epstein files that were released because, it's so much new information there that none of us have ever heard before. And we all should be thankful to the people who received those files, because without them and their contributions, we would never know any of this about Epstein. So who said Hamza, you said I'm muted? I'm just looking at the comment. Missy says Weezy does fight nights. Oh, okay. I didn't know Weezy did fight nights. I'll have to check with him. I have to check with Weezy next fight. You know what I'm saying? Because we could do that. Weezy, what up? If you out there, if you're listening, can't get to it, just what up? Yeah, next fight. I'm down to do a live stream or something. Maybe we can pirate. No, I don't want to say that on YouTube within the first 5 minutes. No, we will not. We will purchase. Let me fix it. Use the wrong P word. We will purchase the event, and you know we'll go from there. But anyway, the fight was interesting. Right now, the Boston Celtics are playing the Denver Nuggets. I have that in the background. It's a big basketball game. You know, I'm a sports fanatic, especially basketball. You know, that's my shit. You know, this is my favorite sport. I'm into all sports. You know, I even watch hockey every now and again. Hockey is actually a very difficult sport to play, so uh, I have respect for them. But I don't always watch hockey. But the playoffs come, I'll watch playoff hockey. That's always interesting. Hamza. Oh, you. He only. Okay. He only does UFC. He doesn't do any boxing. Okay. Well, maybe we get him to. Maybe we'll get him to do a boxing match if it's worth it. You know, I as a dude who grew up on boxing, you know, I'm showing my age. You see the grays here, so this kind of gives it away. You know, I'm born in the '80s, obviously well before UFC, MMA, all that shit. So I'm a boxing guy. However, UFC has come in over the last 2 decades and just pretty much taken the taken the majority of boxing fans and converted them into UFC fans. So props to them. I can't believe we're saying this in 2025, but this is the one of the few things that I would hope Saudi Arabia takes over because they seem to understand it. I hope the Saudis take full control of boxing. They understand matches, they understand to put the best boxers against each other. They are not with allowing the top boxers to dodge each other. They're actually interested, committed, and willing to spend on bringing us the top fights. So I'm just really, I'm supportive of the Saudis taking control of the boxing world. They understand it. Hamza says MMA is pro wrestling now. I don't know enough about MMA to speak on whether or not it is like WWE or not. And speaking of WWE, since we on the sports shit or athletic shit, um, who is it? John Cena's old ass went in the ring last night with The Rock, and he turned bad guy in wrestling. I know a lot. There's probably not a lot of wrestling fans in here. I'm an old school wrestling fan. Do I watch this new shit? No, I don't. But it comes up on the timeline, and I see that made waves in that particular universe last night. So if you look at John Cena now, you could just really see how he aged. And The Rock is still a funny ass dude in terms of his wrestling. Character, you know what I'm saying? So, um, that's all I got as far as wrestling, boxing, MMA, all that shit goes. You know, Marcus, I think he was getting ready to join us. He was backstage, I could see, but he's not back yet. It says, do I think Western boxers are overrated? Well, when you say Western boxers, who are you talking about? Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Americans? Who are we? When you say the West, who are we talking about? Because, I mean, if you've been watching boxing over the course of your life, right? Mexicans, some tough ass boxers, and they always put forth champions, and if not champions, they always put forth serious boxers. If you follow, Puerto Rican boxing, Puerto Ricans put out some dope ass boxers as well, and we already know Americans put forth great boxers. You know what I mean? The only problem is the corruption in the American boxing circuit is just so out of control that it makes any boxing discussions or viewing as just sad. Because there's so much politics and corruption, they prevent the actual best fighters from going at each other. But the American boxers they're still the standard. I mean, yeah, they're still the standard. There's outliers here and there, specifically Eastern European boxers. Their life is rough over there. They put forth some tough ass fighters. Speaking of Ukraine, which we'll talk about, Lomachenko. That's one of my favorite boxers out of Ukraine. That man is Lomachenko's a problem, and a lot of them Eastern European to Russian fighters, they're also very, 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 very tough. Britain has a few good boxers as well. Anthony Joshua has been a disappointment if I'm gonna keep it a buck. I thought he was really supposed to run through. I thought he was supposed to run through the division. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, I really thought he was supposed to run through the division, but he didn't. Tyson Fury, he's a great boxer. Say what you want about his shape and how he appears. Homeboy just knows how to fucking box, pardon my language. And the fact that he appears how he does and he's had the success that he's had, it shows you that a good boxer is always going to thrive in boxing. You can talk about fighters, but Fury actually is a boxer. He's just lazy whenever it comes to his daily upkeep. You know what I'm saying? Tommy Fury, I won't pretend to know too much about Tommy. So I'm not going to comment on Tommy Fury until I actually see more of it. There goes Miles. There we go. Y'all look at his shirt. For the geeks in the crowd, that shirt is fire. Is he there? Or did he freeze? Till, you good? Okay. Marcus is a bit frozen, so our girl Teal is here today. Miss Voodoo. It's gonna be a problem. Look, we're within the first 30 minutes, Teal. So I would just ask that you hold off your curses. I'm trying to hold off mine as well. So we just hold off our curses till we hit the 30-minute mark, and then we should be okay from there. I saw your video on the gram too. I saw that you was outside. You was getting your dance on. I wanted to say I saw that. So that was dope shit.
Well, I just recently, so I've been coaching. Sorry, I've been missing that action, guys, working and coaching. But I coach.
Now you good. I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay, I coach a steppers team, a black soul line dancing class, 2 days out the week, and I'm part of a huge group we created in Virginia. I'm part of two groups. So my first group is the 757 City Sliders. And we are underneath Coach Harold Carter. He's an amazing person. And then I am one of the head coaches for the VA Steppers, which is a little bit bigger of a group, but it's mainly women. And we're going to different trail rides in the South and different trail rides in Columbia, Florence, and Southern Virginia, and things of that nature. So y'all will probably see me dancing a lot more in the weeks, just on account of dancing. I've been practicing and stuff like that. But I just like showing off my moves and stuff because I've been a dancer all my life in different avenues. I was a dancer as a child. I was a dancer in college. Y'all can read between those lines. And I currently coach dancing now. So that's just one of my guilty pleasures. When I tell you I'm an artist, I'm really an artist. From musical instruments to dancing, cooking to painting. I love it all. So it's been a good
play
time.
musical instruments too?
What instruments you play? I play the violin, the cello, the bass, and the piano.
Okay.
And the double bass. Both regular bass, guitar, and then the double bass cello as well.
If you're talking about electric and stand up.
Yes. But yeah, man. I've been jamming, just jamming out, trying to make some money. Was in Chicago for a couple of weeks doing some caterings and stuff. I haven't seen you in a long time, Marcus, so I wanted to tell you sorry about your boys.
Yeah.
I think they gave that. I don't even think they gave that game up. I think that game got paid off. It was giving Carolina Panthers in 2003 with the New England Patriots to me.
So they can go for a while.
And I heard Chris was talking about the fight last night. I'm assuming that's the one between Tank and what was his name? Robinson, I think, or something like that. Yeah.
Lamont.
Yep. I didn't get a chance to see it because I was too busy grooving, but I've seen clips from last night to today. And man, I don't know really what to call it, but I really do miss Mike Tyson. Man, do I miss Iron Mike at these times, man. I miss watching some good old school boxing because this shit. It was
Am I
a good
still
fight.
glitching back? Am I still
Yeah,
glitching back? I'm
yeah.
gonna, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna just come in on my phone.
Okay. Well, guys, Chris is back.
Yeah, no, I heard. Marcus is having. I don't know what they doing in LA. Um,
Building
I
a
don't know
smart
what's
city
going
that's not very smart.
at all. To the point. But he's been having internet issues for the last couple weeks or so. He was telling me last night that there was a video of I think it was a news item in the local news out there in LA where somebody was taking down the tower or
Oh
taking
yeah,
down tower shit,
pull, pull,
stripping it
pull
for
that video up, Chris.
yeah.
It's I put it in the group chat on X. It's the one that is on like, so y'all need to see the kind of shit that goes on out here. Understand? Because I ain't never seen no shit like that. No, not to this level. Now you got your junkies and your crackheads that they do some stuff. But yeah,
Oh,
this was
this some next level stuff, Marcus.
yeah, I was like, really? Is that what we doing? It makes sense because I don't know, for some of those people who know the area out here,
Hmm.
like this is in Huntington Park, which this happens in. And Huntington Park is literally like for me, walking distance is about a 2 minute walk to Huntington Park. Well,
Okay.
probably a little bit more than that. Probably about a 5 minute walk because basically I just have to walk over one street and walk down to a light, and I'm at Huntington Park. And this is where this is going on. So if it was problems, and no telling when they uploaded this video, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was around the time when I was having a lot of my issues. Why you got to put that on the screen, dog? I see what you're doing. That's messed up. Thought we was better than that with your prison stripe shirt on. Looking like you hanging out with Martin and Eddie Murphy.
I was gonna say you look like you part of the Chain Gang movie with Lawrence Fishburne.
Mm-hmm.
Word. I wanted, that's the sound of the man
Huh?
working on the train.
Huh?
Yeah.
Good God.
You gonna whistle while you twerk next?
No. We see now you went
No,
way too.
that was me last night. That was me
Yeah.
last night.
You can say that to Teal, but you can't say that to me, bro. That's foul. That's way too.
Hey, it's like I remember when I worked correction. I told this one kid who he was talking trash to me, and I was like, "I'm not the one in prison singing. Oh, I think they like me."
Those fighting words, Marcus. I'm glad you made it home that day. Because had it been me, oh baby, I would have checked in on you that day. I would have checked in.
I was like, "Y'all want to talk shit? I'll talk shit. I mean, stuff. Look, I'm the one
1,000%.
that messes up. I'm the one that
Mm-hmm.
messes up already. I'm like, yeah, y'all want to talk trash, man? Talk trash. Don't start nothing.
Right? No, I feel you. And again, as somebody growing up in the city, you already know I'm ready.
Hello.
You had to be.
Hello.
I feel that there's a difference. The real city slickers versus people who grew up in more rural neighborhoods. There is really such a huge difference, especially if you was deep in to like in the rural areas. You know what I'm saying? Where there's far less people and there's far less diversity. You probably won't understand the viewpoints, the humor, and the way that city slickers talk. You know what I mean? They wouldn't get it. We
Oh
too
shoot!
fast.
Oh shoot! Are y'all grouping? Are you grouping me in with the city slickers? Yes. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. No. Even though you're a country bumpkin, you've been in the city long enough that you've been educated
Hey
enough.
yo, I was about to say
No,
the same
I
thing because
learned
I
this
was
where I grew up. Y'all don't. Hey, LA don't get to take credit for this.
I was about to say the same thing. I grew up on a farm. Okay, I
Damn.
look. I did. I used to pick my own greens and beans when I was a kid. But when I tell you my mouth quicker than a fucking 50 cal, come on now, don't play with me. Mm-mm.
I had a kid from now get this, Teal, because I know you're gonna be familiar with the area. He's from Macon, Georgia,
Mm.
trying to clown me about what did y'all ride horses to school? And I'm
Nigga, you
like,
got a nerve.
bro,
They was riding
I'm like,
John Deere's.
I looked up his school. Hell, I had more people in my graduating class than he had in his whole entire school.
Nah, nah, nah. Don't come over here talking to me. Not to mention, Chris, I just want to let you know, don't dog us because we got some of the best sayings. Because if you ever go to somebody and be like, girl, you find it in frog hair, that's Southern. Okay? Slick it in a can of oil, that's Southern. Okay? Don't play with me. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I know.
I'll have a man
Hell,
hotter than a conch. That's a good one too. Hotter than a
hell,
conch.
Yes,
Y'all don't even know that. That's
yes,
country.
it
and
is. Yeah, the Bahamians talk like that. They say things like that when it comes to conch.
Mm-hmm.
see, Chris, in the city, y'all white boys don't even know how to talk trash, really.
Oh yeah, we got white boys that can talk some
We
trash.
got white boys that'll say some stuff that look you be like, what the hell did he just say to me?
No,
Goodness
they
gracious.
definitely the southern white guys definitely and Midwest and West they definitely have more vitriol than the Northeasterners. The Northeastern ones, like they're the ones actually like in the proximity of getting punched in their face, so they carry themselves a certain way.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Because I
like
definitely told my
you
southern
got to
man.
ride the train. You got to get on this bus. You understand? You got to get off at whatever stop, and we
And
watch
I
you
can
as
watch you.
opposed to.
I lived in New York for a year, and when I tell you, I was when I first got there, I had a slick mouth. I'm trying to tell you, I did. I used to tell people, "Quick, I'll fold you up like a spade table. Quick,
Mm.
you want to get folded up like a napkin?" Child, by the
But New
time
York
I
is
left New York, I started watching my mouth and watching my surroundings because a motherfucker will go to the next train and hop off. Sorry, I shouldn't be cussing. Sorry, and hop off on your stop and walk with you.
mm-hmm,
Mm-hmm. And
mm-hmm.
I watched it happen, not to me, but I watched it happen, and I went, and the person that was on my train didn't even catch wind. Dude went two cars back. I could see him, but when he got off and walked past mine, I said, "Damn, I don't even think this is stop."
Look, let me tell you, there was you would see it. Dudes would get off the bus, and other guys would get off the bus who don't normally get off the bus there, and then you can see them following the kid, and you just like, as the bus pulls away, we talking to each other like, "Yo, you know what's about to happen, right?" Like,
Yeah,
damn.
man.
It's just a city,
Hey, where I
it's
grew
just
up, they're not gonna follow you. They're not gonna waste the time following you somewhere. They're gonna do it right there. You might get
yeah.
sprayed up in front of everybody right in broad daylight.
Speaking of sprayed up right in front of everybody, are we talking
Whoa.
about that little boy that got pause? Pause. Are we talking about that
I was gonna
that
say,
little?
don't tell us about your night like that.
No, no, no. Are we gonna talk about that little boy that got killed in Georgia at his own birthday party? In a sense, they was at the little baby music video shoot,
I
and
I
he got
saw that.
yeah. Um, it's kind of getting out of hand, in my opinion. I mean, granted, I guess this is something that's always happened. We've always had our own section of YNs per generation. Um, but 13. First off, where's your mama? Okay, when I was 13, I wasn't allowed to leave my
Exactly.
house. Okay, it wasn't until I was like 17 when I was like staying out and wasn't telling my mom. I was like a You know what I'm saying? A normal teenager. And I've just noticed that a lot of things have just been transpiring a lot for our younger age gap in the that generational thing. Cause like 11-year-olds telling their teacher they finna blow the school up, and 13-year-olds dying left and right. You know, gang violence, and where are these kids getting guns? And not to mention, these kids got to get these guns from these old heads, or they're stealing them from their parents, vice versa. But where are these old
Or
heads? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
no, I'm just saying the internet. They either ordering them on the internet and or they're driving a few hours south of New York City, for instance, to go get it. They'll go to Maryland, they'll go to Virginia,
Yeah.
they'll go to North Carolina, South Carolina, even Georgia, Florida. You know what I'm saying? Maybe even Pennsylvania, New Hampshire.
True.
You all these places in and near near New York City. That's just several hours drive away. They will drive there, go buy these guns in bulk, and then bring them back. Obviously, there's probably law enforcement involved in the trafficking of these guns. It can't only be the black market um, police. It's there's a lot of black market shit that goes on that involves people who shouldn't be involved in that. And I don't just mean criminals. I'm talking about people who took oaths to not be criminals and to stop criminality.
Well, there's not a list of those anymore, thanks to Elon. So we won't know who those particular gentlemen and ladies are. Um,
Not sorry, Till, but not to. I don't want to harp on this because a lot of people mention Elon, but I do have to say that the amount of negativity that surrounds his name anytime it's brought up amongst several groups is heartwarming to me. Um, there doesn't seem to be much of an audience for Elon. His audience and fans is it's really a small group of people. There's not a whole lot of people who like and support this guy, even within the Trump sphere.
okay, and I'm glad we can kind of segue over to him and get it back to the political aspect of this thing. And I say that because y'all might crucify me. It is what it is. I still got my Tesla stocks. I haven't gotten rid of them yet. I haven't cashed out on them yet. They made me a great ton of money. And as long as
I'm not going to judge you for that. You have to get your money.
thank you. And that's it. I ain't riding no Teslas. I ain't got no crazy stuff. But one thing that he did that I personally resonate with, but that's not as a whole. It was just this one pocket. I hate what he's doing to the federal employees. But I remember when I was an executive chef, I had to scrap everybody I had. At least I wanted to. And before I could do that, I had to give them a chance, right? And they said that, oh, you got to give them a chance. I was on my Elon Musk as well at one point in time in this kitchen because it was terrible. I mean, there was a hole in our refrigerator. I could see concrete through the floor of our fridge. It was just a mess. And so I remember one day I came in on a Thursday. I said, I just want to let everybody know on Friday when y'all come and get y'all checks, I want y'all to tell me what y'all did this week before I give you your check. My regional officer came in on Monday and said, T, I heard what you did. You can't do that. I said, why not? They was like, well, have a meeting. So I had a meeting with my regional and the HR. And they told me I couldn't do that because it'll create a hostile environment. I said, okay.
Till, I will say, I can see both sides. It will create a hostile environment. However, if you're doing everything you're supposed to do, it's nothing to say, hey, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that. Now go fuck yourself for asking me. Send.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me.
I would prefer that type of vibe.
So there's a lot of soft, I'm trying not to go on a rant. I promise you I will not rant. But there's a lot of soft people out here. A lot of you are very soft and sensitive. I don't know if it's because only your grandma and aunties and your moms raised you, but there are a lot of you who are extremely, extremely sensitive. I don't know, maybe it's your dads, your uncles, and your grandfathers who were the sensitive ones, right? So I don't want to just seem like I'm piling on women, but I don't know, maybe it's the men who raised you were sensitive, but there's a lot of people who just don't like. You understand what I'm saying? They just so soft and sensitive.
SAWFT, soft. As
Well,
my
if you're
mom
gonna
said.
if you're gonna
As
speak
a
on people being
Democrat,
soft, you might as well like be specific. Call them out. Who we talking about here?
no,
The
just
liberals.
people across the
I'm
board.
playing.
Well, I mean, liberals and Democrats, obviously that goes without being said. But there's a lot of soft and sensitive people on the conservative side as well. It's just a lot of soft, sensitive shit everywhere. Like, dog, didn't you ever ride a bike and scrape your knee? Didn't you climb trees, fall, and hurt your back or scrape your elbow? Or, I mean, didn't you have a coach who yelled at you, or a father or a mother who yelled at you, and you just knew, like, all right, I got to be better? I don't. It's just a lot of soft ass behaviors, bro. Like, again, if they're saying, oh, it's not right that you're asking employees what they accomplished last week or what they did last week, blah, 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 blah. Isn't that what productivity reports are for?
Thank
Don't you
you.
want productive workers? And again, this speaks more to the left and people who aren't involved in any kind of business, who are not involved in anything on any executive level where they are responsible for something else other than their day-to-day tasks. So, and they never place themselves in a position of management or ownership. They only look at things from a worker's perspective, or an unemployed or a homeless person's perspective, or from the bottom. Not everybody's at the bottom. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to be able, you have to be mentally flexible enough to see things from many different angles. And unfortunately, the left or liberals, Democrats, what have you, they only look at things from one way.
And okay, I'm gonna build on that one, Chris, because I just had this conversation last night. Matter of fact, is because I personally love criticism if it's needed and valid. I have no problem with taking constructive criticism. I work in a very high-paced, male-dominant field, and I want to be the best that I could ever be. So I need to hear when I'm not doing it right. I need to hear when I'm falling short. And I work on that because I don't want to be at the bottom all my life. I want to get to the top. I want to be better than the person that's teaching me. Pretty much, like, if you're not going in the mindset thinking you're going to be better than your boss, then why are you here? You just want to be a level worker, then that's fine. But I need that progress report, not just because you want to see what I've been doing, but I want you to look at it and be like, okay, you could do this better. Period. That's making me get better. If you show me where I fell short, then I can make it better and I won't fall short there again. You know what I'm saying? But then it goes into what you said. There's workers and then there's non-workers. There's people that want to be the CEO. There's people that want to be in charge. There's people that want to have that elevation. You can't talk to somebody about doing upgrades on your Benz if they only ride the bus, Chris.
Exactly.
They haven't developed that part of their brain that includes that responsibility or that maturity to have a car, to have the car payment, to have the insurance. What happens if my car breaks down? No. All they need to worry about is where that $40 is coming to buy that MetaCard for the month.
Correct. Yep.
That's it. So it's so hard to try to have a conversation with somebody who hasn't developed that part of their brain. And that's what we're dealing with. It's a soft, sensitive moment, but it's also an undevelopment because you need to get calloused. You need calluses. I've been a violin. I've taught violin. I've played violin since I was 12. You got to have calluses on your fingers to play that type of instrument. I've been a chef for almost 20 years. I have calluses on these 4 fingers right here from holding a knife for days, years. I have a scar from where I had I shucked the oyster and the oyster shucker went through my hand because I had to do a penance of 200 oysters in a month. Now I'll
shout
never.
out to,
Thank you.
oh, sorry. I just wanted to say shout out to E.
Hey, E.
You know, again, this is gold right here. If I could copy and probably pin this, you know,
I'm stealing it. I'm stealing it right now. I'm putting it on Facebook right now, E. I wish I knew who you were on Facebook because I'll throw a little shout out on you, but I'm stealing that. I'm going to be like, y'all, accountability is oppression. Jesus.
1,000%.
It ain't been oppressed a day in their life.
It's never, you know what? I didn't hold up my end of the bargain. My bad. I'll be better. It's, everybody did something to prevent me from getting to where I needed to be or doing what I needed to do. instead of just saying, you know what, I didn't get up early enough. I didn't
Here,
move
I
fast.
got a
But I
question.
was
Are we still talking about in regards to Elon or just in general?
no
Because
in
I'm
general.
getting confused. I was like, I'm getting confused. I'm like,
We said
we
Sorry,
talking
not
about
just,
Elon or?
no, we're just going off on a tangent, just in general.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, make sure we clarify because it gets because I was even getting a little like, okay, we talking about Elon?
No, the only thing we spoke on Elon in reference to what we segued to was the fact that he made people have to write out their own progress report.
My issue with and I would put the issue is when you worked in kind of government or for government in a sense, it's not like a civilian job. You're not just there doing whatever the fuck you want to. You have tons of accountability that's going on all the time. You got department heads that are doing that. And so what the process should be is Elon should be going to these department heads and like, yo, what did your people do? Not
Correct.
it's supposed to be a chain of command for a reason. The president don't go down to somebody at the post office and ask him what the hell he did today. I mean,
I have
that's my kind of issue with you basically what's the point of having Cash Patel go through confirmation? What's the point of going through Hexstep, going through confirmation, if Elon just going to micromanage over these people as if he's over their departments too?
I know it's a very strange. It's a very strange thing. It seems as if Doge and Elon are the ones being held up to take. They're the bulletproof vest, if you will. Doge and Elon.
Well, I
And
mean, it don't even make sense. How could you even? There's over 5 million workers easily. How the hell is he going to be even able to go through and review all of that stuff? You really tell me Elon's going to sit there and read through 5 million fucking emails? I mean,
AI,
it
baby.
just don't even make sense what he's talking about.
He got
that,
about
and that
50. Sorry.
no, I was going to say I have people. Who are employed. You know, I have close family members who are employed by the federal government. I've seen the emails. You know what I'm saying? And I know the conversations that are going on. Um, However, even from them within there, they too admit, like, yo, dog, there's a lot of useless positions and employees and people who are working the system. So, and all of us know that. But you know the saying, when the rubber meets the road, we are whether you like it or not, we're at the point where the rubber meets the road, and somebody who is in position right now is actually willing to make these cuts that they have long talked about and never did. So if you have any dealings with the government, you know you dislike it. Call the IRS, mail something to the IRS, waiting on a response to the IRS. Good luck.
So I want to
So
bring
there's
up,
issues everywhere.
how is he getting through these emails? Thank you, Emmanuel. AI robots are reading this. Y'all already heard Elon making a shit ton of robots, crap ton of robots anyway. So them robots is reading them daggone emails. Them robots is reading them AIs. They have specific things that they're looking for in them emails. They
They're
looking for
not
how many
reading.
tasks. They're not reading them. They're just going through how
They're
many
not.
tasks did they have.
They have not even designated any kind of AI to even go through or summarize. That the people who reply is going to the responses that say don't reply. That shit is going to an inbox on some server. Ain't nobody reading that shit.
Hey, you
Again,
never know. I mean, shit, the police
they're
reading
not.
my Instagram. I don't even think I'm that important. But another
They'll
thing
read your
is,
they'll read your DMs and on all the socials, but they're not reading the replies from the federal workers. They ain't reading that shit at all. Because again, how do you asking somebody what they did when you the one to tell them what they supposed to do? Come on, like that. It's all nonsense.
now
So
the
we
thing
know that they're not. What they're trying to do is trying to create a way to politically soften the blow from firing all of these federal workers. Because the thing is, what Republicans just now are beginning to understand that all of these cuts are not only going to hurt liberals, they're not only going to hurt Democrats, they're not only going to hurt the immigrants and people that they dislike, This is going to hurt them too. Hey, you West Virginia, a lot of you white folks is on benefits out there. You don't want no cuts there. Tennessee, I see you too. Montana, Michigan, Indiana, Iowa, Texas, New Mexico, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Maryland, and any other place that I'm. All you white folks who was, oh, Trump, get them, stick it to him. Oh, they're going to stick it to you too. So a part of me, even though I'm not evil like that, there is still a part of me that's kind of laughing at you for your ignorance.
No, most definitely. But another statement that I wanted to throw out is let's just throw out, if it was true to word that they got the emails, they were skimming through the emails, etc., so on and so forth. That's a if, big possibility. And I know a lot of federal workers. I know you do too, Chris, based off your background in law. And Marcus, based off of how you've had your career handled in multiple areas, both military and in the corrections.
Mm-hmm.
We all know we met the people that either retired, did some time, XYZ. We about to find out that our friends really won't shit.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I had to put that out there too. Because like we know about 5 of them that we like, hey.
Yo, you.
I mean, you might have needed to lose that job, bro, because you won't. I mean, why would you squander it away? You couldn't do some work Tuesday and Thursday, bro. A little bit. And now you
How
mad.
you get fired? How you get fired?
Craig?
Thank you. How you get fired as a CO if you didn't fucking inmate?
Just saying. And it's hard to get kicked out of the freaking correctional officer. I'm just letting you know. They
Thank
let you.
You
a
count
lot of stuff.
You do a count in the morning, midday, late at night, first thing in the morning. That's all you're doing is counting inmates. You don't even have to prevent fights. You just making sure that the count is correct.
I know that wasn't the kind of corrections I did.
So the type of corrections
I don't know where they do that.
Look, they had to do
more than just counting.
You know, they did count. They took them to and fro across the yard. But the only time that the shit went crazy for me,
break up fights. I had to break up fights and riots.
Hey, I was about to talk about the riot I had to go to. I'm a teacher and I had to respond to a riot.
Plus when you work in corrections, it's not like this is you just watching a bunch of peaceful people sitting there that don't have beefs and problems and who are not coming at you. I mean, you have to deal with some people who might be trying to take your life. So, I mean, I don't remember corrections being super easy for me.
We talk about non-supermaxes. The non-supermaxes, the ones where the old heads go to die.
I wasn't even in a supermax.
You were?
No, we talking about county.
No.
County where it's wild.
I did pre-trial.
The step before prison, like the jails are wild.
That's where I work.
Yeah, prisons are actually probably a little bit easier outside of your more notoriously known prisons. But for the most part, prisons are okay. People know they're doing their time. That's it. Blah blah blah. The jails is where it gets kind of sticky. And obviously the gang fights in prison. I'm not downplaying that, but I'm just talking about the random acts of wild shit. You see that more so in jail and prisons, because in prisons everybody got their clique. You got the long timers in there with the middle timers in there and the newbies. You know what I mean? But anyway, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on some prison shit. I just wanted to say that the cuts that the Republican Party under Trump is proposing, again, they're going to give the Democrats all the fucking votes they need to get back in power.
Okay. Let me throw out the fact that thank you, Chris, for saying that, because can I cuss yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
These crackers couldn't say Kamala's name in October, but boy, they can spell that bitch backwards now. These motherfuckers looking for her. They said, "Where's Kamala?" Oh, y'all can say her name now. She was Camille, Calamine lotion, everything but her. But now, here come February. Y'all motherfuckers looking for her in Black History Month like I'm looking for a new check.
Yeah, I'm making now. I want to put a disclaimer. What I say here. I'm not making an argument for Kamala. I'm not trying to make defense of Kamala or nothing like that. But what I will say is, for people who said she was lying about what the hell was coming, everything she said was fact. But we all, it's not. If you were paying attention, you knew the Project 2025 was something that they was really trying to do. Now, if you feel it's Trump actually put it out, then that's where the role comes in, because Trump don't really do anything. Trump sits back and shit and let people around him move. And so all you gotta do is look at who's around him and who puts in what. It's the same thing under Biden. If you look at who his cabinet was, his chief of staff, you could tell what was gonna go on. Look at Blinken, look at these people who they put around them. That's who's gonna put in the agenda. So, I mean, this whole focus on figureheads as if it's back in the days of like a FDR who wrote legislation, who understand this shit and understand how to negotiate this. These people who are put in power now don't understand how any of this shit works. I mean, take Obama for instance. Obama, before he became president, was how long as a senator?
6
As long as
days,
a state. Exactly. How long is a state senator? And his experience come
4
from the
days.
law field and air quotes community organizing. You don't know shit about shit really. And the same thing with most of these people. Most of them don't really understand governing. They don't understand the legislative branch. And that's part of the issue which Republicans I feel are going to run into. Oh shoot, we lost Chris. Uh, there he is.
Okay.
Republicans don't understand government or how any of it works. They'll walk by and see one construction site where there's one guy working and 10 people not working and assume that's the reality for the whole entire government. We got to remember there's a lot of positions that are government positions that people don't even realize is a government position that you're
Heartbreaking.
dealing with on a regular basis. And it's easy when you're looking at any organization and be like, yeah, there's fraud, waste, and abuse. Every business and every corporation, there's fraud, waste, and abuse. It's just up to the level of how much there is. And when you get the bigger the organization, the bigger there's fraud, waste, and abuse. Now, does that mean you tank the whole damn thing because you don't like a couple of bad apples that you saw or a couple of things? That's where I think Republicans are going to get themselves in trouble, because they're having the mindset of, instead of being surgical with it, instead of getting rid of these couple of people who they need to get rid of or getting rid of these redundancies, they're just axing it all because they don't understand what the hell any of it is any damn way. That's the reason why you constantly have them firing people and rehiring people, because they don't understand what any of this shit is.
None of these people have had Medicaid a day in their life.
Yep.
Obviously, they're going to cut something that they've never had to utilize. None of these mugs have ever had to survive off of EBT.
Mm-hmm.
None of them have had to get housing assistance or even gave a damn about HUD. Okay, they ain't never
Yep.
lived in an apartment. An apartment, huh? Peons.
No,
You
some
know
of
what I'm
these,
saying?
no, I will say that some of these politicians understand what it's like to be middle class, middle class, lower middle class, even some to be poor or have a rough background. I would say a lot of them probably know something about it. With that being said, they just know they will never go back there. They're going to make it so that nobody in their sphere or circle will ever experience that, which is why they go as hard as they do with the policies that they push, right? Some of them do know, they just don't give a and
Ooh, you're right.
it just is what it is. Not everybody.
Class.
Right.
Understanding the middle class, understanding what the Department of Interior does is a whole nother game. It's just like you can know what it's like working at a job. And there's a lot of people who, like, for instance, it's
Marcus,
easy
you're going
from
in
that
and out
side.
real bad, Marcus. We can't. I didn't even hear what you said
Damn.
the last like
Uh-uh.
5 seconds.
Oh, can you hear me now?
It's like 25%.
Yeah, correct.
Damn.
Try to
Put
reset your internet. See
put your
what that does.
I was about to say, put your phone in the
All right.
window.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
reset
dip
and see.
out for a minute. I'll work on
Okay.
this and I'll be back.
Heard.
Okay.
Um, but I get what he's talking about as far as like the department. Like we really don't know a lot of what these federal jobs actually really do. You know what I'm saying? We just now hearing some of these names. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
so,
Agreed.
with that being said, it has a lot to do with the fact that our social media is so crazy. They're so quick to put everything online. They're so quick to have everything have like a timestamp on it. And now we are getting our eyes opened up to so many jobs. Like I bet mugs didn't even know they could apply for these some of these jobs, and they're qualified for them. You know, they didn't even know these jobs existed. You got to know somebody, and that's when it comes to who put you in this position. Who did you know that told you to go fill it out? Or who do they know that let them know that they need you to get this job?
Well, let's think about this historically. You know, we talk about the civil rights movement often in the 1960s here in the United States and things of that nature. We talk about Jim Crow, discrimination, things like that. The federal government and governments became the number one employer for black people, for and formerly enslaved or recently formerly enslaved Africans. Even though the FBA be mad, I call them that, but that's what you niggas are, you Africans.
You African.
Anyway,
Zimbabwe.
but anyway, let me just say the federal government was the one place that they did not practice discrimination, whereas private businesses, whether you're talking like FedEx, Ford, you know, any other company you can think of, you know, they were able to discriminate against people. You know what I'm saying? The federal government said we're not doing that. So quite a few Black Americans at that time relied upon government agencies, whether on the local level, the state level, and the federal level, to be employed, just because the private sector was not hiring Black people. You know what I mean? And there's a certain population of white Americans here who hate the government specifically because they employ so many Black Americans. This is why the vitriol for government, this in part, why the vitriol for the day-to-day government, white people in certain pockets of America have, because when they pick up the phone or they call and they hear a Black person on the line, they're just like, ugh. Republicans in the 90s, 80s, early 2000s, their whole shrink the government, that's coded language if you didn't know. It was let go of all these Black people, let go of them. They're not necessary, they're not needed. And in this particular moment, Trump and Elon and the Republican government here are able to slash all of these jobs. No doubt the vast majority, the biggest demographic who's going to be affected by this most, my opinion, I haven't looked at the numbers yet, is going to be Black Americans who work within the United States government. Tia, what'd you say to that?
Yes, I feel that they're more or less singled out off the cuff just because you know you can pick a piece of pepper out of a pile of salt in a heartbeat. But if they were actually doing it based off of the merits that they're trying to make it seem like they're following, I think it would be white people. I mean, white women. I honestly think it would be white women because there was such an influx of them being hired during the DEI vibe. You know what I'm saying? So if they were actually doing it based off of the criteria in which they've presented to us, it should be white women. What are they actually doing? That ain't nothing but code switching to say we trying to get these niggers on out this bad boy. We just trying to smooth these niggers on out. Okay? So I'm already picking up what they put down. I mean, it sucks that it is 2025, y'all. They doing Project 2025, but it's feeling really 1950-ish to me. You feel me?
They're trying, but at the end of the day, it can't be the same way. You understand? Like, it's not going to be 1950 all over.
No, because we got attitudes and we got gun rights And we ain't about that life no more. We will beat you up based off of what your granddaddy tried to teach you. So please don't
Yeah,
let your granddaddy or your great granddaddy get your teeth knocked out.
this gonna make some people upset, but there's a whole lot of white people who are not racist,
Yes.
who don't wanna harm black people, who don't have any negative feelings towards black folks. You know what I'm saying? They just look at people based on their actions and shit like that. That's gonna make some black people be like, "Oh, this nigga, here you go. He must like white girls. He must got a white girl."
Hey. It's still Dr.
And
Umar over here. Okay? Relax. Chill. Chill. Don't do
you
too
know what
much
I'm
on my man
saying?
Chris.
But I look. You see my kids. It is what. If you see my kids, you already know it is what it is. But with that being said, like not all white people here is on that type of time. They're just not. And to think that the vast majority of them are in that type of time is just pure ignorance. Just got to keep it above. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
Yeah,
Based
you're
on my
absolutely right.
day to day.
Because
yeah.
I have a group of my favorites, okay? And when I tell you they make sure I'm good, like February 1st, they in my inbox talking about some happy Black History Month, boo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love them so much. They invite me over for dinner. Their husbands know how to cook. And I mean, they throw down. Her husband know how to make gumbo, and he's from Philly. Like, it's crazy. But like, we'll do things like I'll teach them like certain things about their hair. Girl, I got some white people wearing bonnets right now. Okay, granted that's their own stuff, but I got white girls wearing bonnets. My little niecey poo, little white girl. We took her to the black hair store, got her some brand new castor oil for her hair. She be putting her hair up in her little bonnet and her little buns. Okay, I love my favorites, but then there's some other ones that try to spoil it for the bunch. But if you are smart enough to understand that the ones that are for you, those are the same ones that will go and smack that person over there before you even get a chance to lift your finger, okay? They be quick to try to take a charge for you, okay? What did Cat Williams say? Always have one in the cut.
Yo, Marcus, Hamza shooting at me, dog. I took one in the
I
shoulder.
mean,
I got one in my leg.
yeah, because I don't think that that's really the argument. Like, yeah, we all know it's white people that's always cool with us. That's cool. And we all know, I mean, and everybody who watches the show knows that when we are talking about white people, we're not talking about everybody as a whole.
And that's the only point I was just trying to get across. That's
But
it.
I think but the problem is the white people who have the power do have a problem with us. And they're the ones who are affecting policy, who are ultimately affecting us. That's
And
where
with that,
when you know, to the food documentary that we put out, that I put in the thumbnail that I want to talk about a little bit. That goes into a big part of that whole process, and it's not about
I know Hamza. You already know, man. My skin thick, bro. I take it. Pause.
like and all of this stuff is all tied in because of government and all that. It's like what I think Elon overall is doing is you got to look at what tech.
Trolling.
No, he's not trolling.
Yeah, he is. That's all he's doing is trolling.
But there is an intention behind this. If you look at exactly which agencies who believe in who believe in a tech dictatorship, like the Peter Thiels and all of these other people, they have goals that they're trying to accomplish. And what they're doing is
what bothers me about the focus on Elon and Trump is that they are really pretending as if this is a completely different, brand new, never before seen playbook that they're operating from. This playbook is actually older than all of us here. You understand? Cutting government, not spending on poor people, working people, using government to benefit the working class on any level. This is not new. It's not novel. It's none of that. This is Trump in his last term, in these last 2 years, they're the ones actually just willing to put the dominoes over. The Republicans danced in and around it before. They would push some of the dominoes, but they would put blockages up so that it didn't go too far. In this case, this is what they're doing. But it's nothing brand new. And I think a lot of people, but people's hatred of Trump and Elon, again, it makes their analysis a lot skewed because they're so emotional about hating Elon and Trump. They're not able to just people be too far emotional about Trump and Elon and the rest of them to actually see shit for what it is. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, well, the context that I'm trying to give is it's fine whatever these other people do. I'm not even worried about them. I'm just and how I'm analyzing the situation. And I look at what these people say and what the effect of what they say. Granted, none of this stuff is new, but also Republicans have never gotten through they've never gotten all the shit that they want to do past before. They've never got this stuff into action. It's all been theory. It's all been talk. It's a difference that if somebody talks about, I'm going to hit you in the face, I'm going to hit you in the face, is when you actually get hit in the face. That's where the issue comes in. That's where the rub comes in, when the actions are actually being put into practice. Now, what they are doing is they are privatizing most of it. And when you have when you have everything privatized and you have no sense of any kind of checks and balances, which they already barely have any checks and balances as it is. Their goal is to turn it back to a 1920s, you can even go earlier than that, when basically corporations had the run of the law and there was no kind of checks and balances. And so there was no, okay, maybe you shouldn't eat this because it's dangerous for you. Maybe there's protection. So if you get scammed by major corporations or banks, there's a protection for you. If you lose all your money from some kind of scam, there's a protection for you. Their goal is to strip all of those things away so that now they can really feast on us the way they really want to and gut out the society. That's where the problem is. It's not about that this is something brand new. It's about that there are goals that they've always wanted to do, which are going to be detrimental to a lot of people.
And to that, sorry, Teal, real quick, and I'm going to let you jump in. To that, I would say Department of Homeland Security. I would say the Patriot Act. And I would say all of the things that spawned from, the September 11th. Again, these are all long-held Republican plans, if you will, or American plans, if you will. This is, again, there's nothing new. You know what I'm saying? And again, everything that happened from after September 11th on, to me, it just can't get any worse, because that was the worst thing. I mean, they was running campaigns telling people, if you see something, say something, and they turned everybody into soft-ass snitches, the entire country. It didn't matter if you was liberal or you were conservative. You know what I'm saying? That had a major impact. So, fast forward 24 years, I mean, it's just more or less the same shit. I don't see this as any worse than, matter of fact, I see what happened at that point in time even worse, because then it laid the foundation for the shit that we seeing now. Go ahead, Tim.
I just wanted to build off of that too. It's like, nah, we've allowed people's emotions to be able to dictate how they run the country, how they run their lives. And I'm not saying nobody's feelings are not valid. I'm just saying you can't allow your feelings to outweigh the logic of the situation. Because just like Chris said, that see and snitch shit, right? Did y'all know that there's a snitch hotline if you talk to dolphins? I know me and you talked about it, Marcus, but I'm dead ass. No, it's a felony, Chris. It's a felony to go try to talk to a dolphin. Why in the hell is it a felony to talk to a dolphin? Okay? Now, we can put our tinfoil hats on at another time, but I just want to throw out the fact that there is a snitch hotline. And I just want y'all to think about this. Who the hell do y'all think is using the snitch hotline to call the federal government and or the police to say, I seen somebody talking to a dolphin, a wild dolphin in the sea?
Also, if you ride elephants in Salt Lake City on Wednesdays.
Okay, or if you take your goat to the courthouse on the second Sunday in Virginia, but you know you can smack the taste out your wife's mouth on a Saturday on the courthouse steps, that's legal in Virginia.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
What? Who is making these rules up? Emotional people. Because why does anybody, yes, Emmanuel, because the Dolphins be knowing. We not going to put our tinfoil hats on today. But baby,
they're not ready
they
for
be
the
knowing.
Dolphins yet.
They're not ready
They're
to
not
talk
ready.
about the Dolphins, okay? But who the hell woke up Saturday, smacked the shit out their mouth on the courthouse, their wife's mouth on the courthouse steps, and somebody was like, you know what? We got to legalize that. We got to put that down on paper. Who? Somebody emotionally involved. Somebody, yes, mental health issues. Like, what? Why? Why does that even need to be a rule? Why do we need to have a snitch line for the Dolphins? Did they ask for it? Did the Dolphins say they didn't want to talk to us? Like, are the Dolphins calling and snitching saying that we talked to them? I just want to know. Because at this point in time, they just be making rules up for whatever the hell makes them feel better and whatever hell lets them fall between these weird ass lines that they want to do. And before long, it's going to start backfiring on some of them. And here we are. We didn't leave the good rules in place. We got the BS rules in place, and now we all jacked up. But Marcus, I did see that documentary about the food thing, and you know I love talking about how they messing with our food.
Well, that's what and that all ties into what I feel the problem is now. I see our brother, our buddy Michael in here, you know, and it kind of sparked my mind because I know he talks about theory and stuff like that a lot. And though I would not classify myself definitely as a communist, I classify myself as one other. But when it goes into a government controlled by just greedy ass fucking people, you're going to see the consequences start to affect. I know some people, like Chris has said, you know, about how they're in our information, things can't get worse. Well, what happened if in 2008 there was no stopgap done and our currency went completely out of bounds, and next thing you know, you're paying $700 for a bag of rice. Things always can get worse. They definitely can. That's what I let these tariff and stuff start going the wrong way. And I think what it is we've all never been that way, that we don't think they can ever get that way. And I'm like, that's not, I don't want at least this audience to get, you know, lulled to see that we're so comfortable that we don't think shit can happen to us messed up.
But that's the American way. Our government and how that strong arming thing I told you about, that strong arming thing has like overshadowed how we try to conduct ourselves. And it wasn't until I went overseas when I really, really understood it. When they used to, like, they treat Americans so weird because we think we run shit all over the world. We think can't nobody tell us nothing. And we the biggest and the baddest, but we the brokest. And I always find that funny because in the club, it's the same thing. The loudest motherfucker is the brokest motherfucker. Always. Throwing a little $40 check on some shots, you know, trying to buy out the bar. You know, you only made 160 this week. Like, it's crazy, you know. And the richest motherfuckers usually be quiet with their money and quiet with their moves. So I just don't want eggs to be $1 an egg anymore. I'm a pastry chef. I need to make shit. I got cakes to bake. Come on.
If you start having unemployment rates start going crazy, more and more and more in certain areas, that can also lead to inflation. I watched a report the other day. Walmart is reporting a drop in earnings right now. Now, when Walmart and all these other stores are reporting a drop in earnings, that's not a good sign, because that means even when people are poor as hell, they are still, it's people starting to their. And how do you have a run on the bank, Till?
I ain't never had a run on the bank.
No, what I'm saying, how does it happen?
What, a run on the bank?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the bank run out of money, where we getting the money from?
Well, how you have a run on the bank is everybody takes their money out of the bank all at the same damn time.
Oh hell, no,
And
you can't do
they're gonna
that. You
be
can't do that.
yeah. And then what happens is all because a bank don't have all of y'all money there.
No,
A bank
no.
has a portion of your money, and they spent the other portion hoping to get that shit back later on, and they pay other people with your money. So when they say rob Peter to pay Paul, that is
That's
what they're
them.
doing. And so since our whole banking system is set up that way, if people feel this need to get all their cash, they get all their cash, and then you get to the bank and your cash is there, they're not going to pay you. And your money is just gone. Boom, it just vanishes. Now, if you start to have, you will start to see the whole government contract. You'll see our GDP contract. And interest rates will skyrocket. So, for people who don't already own their homes and you're paying a mortgage, your mortgage might go up. I mean, did we crash half thousand?
So will your car payments or any other loans that you have, unless you're Jewish and get your loans from a Jewish bank.
That's
Just saying. Sorry, I had to bring that up, y'all.
well. What happened if you did get screwed? And I'm gonna see institution for being screwed. Then what? There's nobody for you to go to. That's what I'm saying. They are gutting out these things.
Facts. Hey, yeah. If you turn your camera off, Marcus, do you think it'll be better if you online?
Here, let me try it.
Damn, that came in clear. How to let me try come in clear, but the rest of that didn't come in at all. That's crazy work.
All right. Well,
But no, you're absolutely right, Marcus. Because like at the end of the day, what are we? Okay, at the end of the day, does anybody got a contingency plan if shit goes to hell? Because I got contingency plans for when electricity is done. I got contingency plans when the banks go up. I didn't know it was called run the bank. I was just waiting for the banks to just have to dissolve themselves. But people don't think about these worst case scenarios, and it bothers me. People think they have time to bullshit, and that bothers me too.
I'll explain that stuff again. Can y'all hear me better?
Ooh, a little bit, yeah.
Explain about a run on the bank.
Yeah.
If a bank, that's how it works. Is it takes like for instance, it's me, Chris, and Teal sitting there, and we'll say Chris H and Misty. Sorry, that's five of us who just put in money. They use a portion of our money. Well, they save a portion of our money in the bank, and they put all the rest basically on the stock market. Basically, like now, if all of us come to the bank all at the same time wanting our money, they don't have enough money to pay us all back. So,
Marcus, it's still choppy.
But can y'all hear me somewhat?
Yeah, somewhat. It's just that like probably every third or fourth word just sounds like AOL dial-up.
Okay. So what happens is only a portion of it. I don't know. I might have to hop on my phone or something. I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give y'all the 2-minute version of what Marcus is saying. Pretty much, he's saying if all 5 of us decide to go to the bank, and I happen to be the last motherfucker in the line, okay. Chris, Marcus, Chris H, and Missy, y'all gonna get y'all money, but when it comes to me and I come at the back of that damn line to get mine, they're gonna be like, ooh, damn, we just ran out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's how y'all run out on something that I physically gave y'all. I physically brought 420s up in this bitch, and y'all telling me y'all can't bring me them 420s back? Nah, them other four motherfuckers got one of each of your 20s. That's what it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that happens, then y'all gonna get privy to what the hell they've been doing, which goes into the robbing Peter to pay Paul. Which means every time y'all put y'all money in the bank, that shit may look like it's referenced in your account, but that shit went to somebody else's loan. That shit went to somebody's cousin. You know, that money is no longer there. Once it's digitally put into your app, that's fake news in a sense.
Rich people do communism better than poor people.
Oof. Talk about that one.
And so they're exploiting
You-
your money
If you really pay
loans.
attention, if you really pay attention and follow the money, you will see that the wealthy, they practice communism and socialism and all the rest of it and communalism better than the poor people. If you are around people who have a lot of money and you watch where they spend their money, how they spend their money, and how they want their money to work, it would just be like, God damn, why the working class and the poor folks? It don't work like that. You know what I mean? But the message from those people is that you should never do that. You should never mix money and friends. You should never mix your money with your interests, etc. All of these things that they push on the working class. But whenever you are in the when you're in the upper middle class to the wealthy world, to some extent, whether you're in the mode of servant or what have you, chauffeur, whatever, you get to see how they work, how they move. And they very much so take care of each other in ways that the working class and poor people criticize each other over. I think that is a very interesting dynamic. They have no problem helping each other out in any and every way. It is the working class and poor folks who look at that type of behavior like, oh, I would never. Oh, you into this? Huh? The wealthy, they take care and support each other. They support each other to their last fucking dime. I promise you.
Being an investor, we talked about it. I always happen to be the one. I am the one in the family that brought stocks to my family. I was the one that had my family invest in Tesla in 2018. So when that first split popped off, we got into a different bracket of living, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
But Dandy, I'm thankful. Sorry, Till, to cut you off. I'm thankful for you, Badandi. I don't know how you pronounce your name, but Bad Andy, Badandi. You understand? So Bad Andy, Badandi, either which way. That's a biggie line for y'all who don't know. So let me just get that out the way. That's a notorious B.I.G. line. Money and blood don't mix like two. Look, I know the verse. Trust me, I do. With that being said, that is the biggest misconception. They mix all of it. All of it, all of it, all of it, all of it, all of it on every level. From who fixes the AC in their resorts, to who fixes their fleet of cars, to who books all of their flights, to you name it. It is nothing but mixing on every level. Does that mean that they all get along, they all like each other, that there's not beef, there's not smoke, they don't kill each other, they don't harm each other? No, all of those negative things happen too, but they for sure 100% mix family, blood, and everything. Look, to show you just how much that statement, we should get over that, is that they will practice incest to keep the money in-house.
Talk that shit, Chris.
If me and Teal were sisters, brother and sister, we might have children with cousins and then have our children
have children with those cousins.
Correct. Just to ensure that the money stays in the house.
Facts, Chris H.
And then we will spend the amount of money on whatever medical research to fix whatever blood diseases or retardation that comes as a result of us being kin and mixing. And Missy, shout out to Missy. What's up, Missy? I see you out there. What's good? As she says, Royals, Rothschilds,
Rockefellers,
I
the
mean,
whole nine. Every
just
last one of them.
and that this is a practice that goes back eons. This goes back centuries.
Phone check heard. Oh shit. You scared?
I just always switch it because I'm so used to me being on this side that I feel awkward when I'm on the other side. That's the only reason why y'all keep seeing that. Is because from being my mental, I'm used to this side. Marcus is 1A. I'm C.
Yeah. It was weird when he got out and I was in Chris's spot and I was like, never. But no, I like I was saying, like I am the financial advisor for my family. I'm the one, like, I don't have a mortgage, you know what I'm saying? I've paid my house home. I ain't got to worry about a lot of them things. So I get a chance to actually put a lot of my money and reinvest it into stocks. And being the only person that knows how to do that, I tend to teach a lot of people how to do that. And there are so many times, and it sucks because when it comes to rich folk, they'll be in on it quick. Like you were saying, they'll support your project. If it's gonna make them some money and they can see a little bit of it, they can get in early too. They will freaking beat down your door. But trying to get black people, because black people, we can't never bandwagon with our people at all whatsoever. And even when I can show you that I've made money in stocks, they don't trust it, but they'll go bet on the freaking Eagles and the Chiefs on DraftKings. Like, what? That is so volatile. It is so crazy. I can teach people how to create portfolios.
This is why as much as we talk about Zionists and that particular group, as much as we talk about them, I'm not totally upset with people for seeing an angle and trying to take advantage of a situation. That's what is self-preservation over ideology, right?
Yes.
Preservation of self and everything over ideology. Your seed married, his seed married, my seed. Look, E knows 444. Thank you, E. Look, E, I'm a hip hop head. You see, I caught it immediately. But anyway, the Zionists, we can talk about them all we want. The fact that we know that they laid the foundation and we keep walking down that same pathway and all this shit. When we talk about all these celebrities and Michael Jackson or whomever, all of them got themselves involved with, whether it's Eazy-E and Ice Cube, whether it's Michael Jackson, whether it is,
Sexy Red. Sexy Red's manager is Yom Kippur. Okay.
Correct. We keep walking down that path when we don't have to. Joe Budden has an extremely successful podcast. His main dude behind the scenes is Ian Schwartzman. You understand? Ian Schwartzman was on the internet saying, like, fuck the Palestinians, whatever happens to them. We're the only ones that don't learn to connect with each other and say fuck the other side. We always find a way to create space for others to enter our space and to manipulate us into moving a certain way. We're the only ones. So as much as we cry about oppression and this and that and laws and shit like that, a lot of you ninjas are just weak and stupid.
Yes. Oh my God, Chris, can I please cut you off? Because I've been waiting to pop off on this for a minute. And my platform ain't big enough. Y'all ignorant ninjas get on my nerves. We asked y'all to sit down for one freaking day. One day. We said, sit your asses in the house on the 28th. Don't spend a single dime in this world. And what these ninjas do? Can't follow rules worth a damn. And that's the thing that pisses me off. If we told all of y'all to put $5 on DraftKings, I bet you every single one of them would have done it. But we tell y'all to sit down. Stop spending y'all money. We the quickest ones to get it and throw it out. We will. Malcolm said it best. You don't ever see no motherfucking Chicken Shack in the freaking China section. You don't ever see no hair supply store out in the Jewish section, do you? No. But they be in our hoods because we bring them there. They know we can do that because they know we weak as hell. And it's crazy because we the strongest ones. How we got the biggest and the strongest mandingos, but we the weakest mentally. Can't sit down for a second? That shit blew me.
Long dick, low brain.
Okay. Young, dumb, and full of cum. That's it. My daddy would tell me quit.
You know, I've even, you know, and I'm guilty of it too. You know, I'll sit here and brag and say just how, you know, we are the number one sexually desired, whatever. But in other areas, we're at the bottom. So yeah, it's cool that we can get in between your women's legs.
It's cool to be lusted, but it's not cool to be loved. We're lusted and not loved. We're lusted for and not appreciated.
And what has that done for us? Next to nothing. Yeah, well, you know, anyway, it hasn't benefited us in the way that it's supposed to. Yo, Jonina, what's up? I just see Jonina in the chat. You know, she's a faithful long time listener. I just want to say what up to her. You know
what's up, Pooh?
She always there. She always sending me shit on Twitter. I respond to her. Jonina, sometimes I be at work and my boss be like, you know, hey. And I'll be in the middle of a response to you, and I just got to throw the phone to the side. So I just want to say what up.
But yeah, bandwagon on a boycott is the hardest thing. It's the hardest thing. We had men and women risk their lives to sit in a diner to get unseasoned food, but we can't have y'all sit in y'all houses that y'all love to be in during COVID.
For the people who watch this program, they always know I mention from time to time the S word. The S word that nobody wants to really ever deal with. What S word am I talking about? Sacrifice.
Dun, dun,
What
dun.
are you willing to sacrifice? If you struggle with that answer, we're going to remain where we are. If you're not really, thank you, Missy. If you're not willing to sacrifice anything, it's going to stay the same. You don't get change without sacrifice. You don't get like material, real change without sacrifice. And I know we've been talking about a couple of other things, but you know, given that it's already 4:45, you know, East time, my time, you know, I wanted to get into actually specifically some of the topics. So Teal and Marcus, I would ask both of you, what did you think of the Trump-Zelensky back and forth? I won't play a video or any audio because I think that because this happened so earlier during the week, I think that this audience has heard not just our perspective. I think they've heard the perspective of a lot of people across the political spectrum, whether they're super liberal or whether they are super conservative. I think everybody has heard a lot of different viewpoints in between, but you know, let us throw our little hat in the ring and see where we go with it. So Teal, what did you think about the Trump-Zelensky-Vance meeting in the White House this week?
I felt that it was unnecessary. We didn't really need it. And it goes to show how America really feels that they some strong armors. Like, it goes back to when I first brought up how America thinks they're strong arming everybody. Because the way that they carried that man in that meeting was so demeaning to him. They did not give him the respect that he deserved. Like, y'all gotta understand, like, I don't really know. I be minding the business that pays me. You feel me? But that right there, if anybody ever in their life tried to overtalk me or speak to me in that manner, I'm smacking fire out of them. Like, for real. I'm a backfire up out your ass real quick. Because you're gonna hear what the fuck
Teal, we could get you some bail bondsmen. It's okay. Do your thing.
Thank Thank you. As long, hey, the money is good. Y'all just got to get to my wallet. Just get my property, and y'all got me. But that's how it would have been. I would have had Secret Service pulling me up off of one of them. Secret Service would have to peel me off of them because I would have folded them up like a napkin because that was ridiculous. That man is coming to y'all trying to give y'all peace, and all y'all want to talk about is rah, 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 rah. And then for the journalist to come about my man about a suit. Bro, he is from a completely different country. Not to mention, that man is probably wearing something way more expensive than that cheap DHG suit that you just got the other day, okay? That man looked like he got his shit off the clearance rack at Burlington Coat Factory. But you want to talk to a grown man that runs an entire country, not a state, not a city, a country. And all you do is pencil push for CNN. You better watch your mouth. I know for a fact, had Zelensky had that meeting over there, a lot of them wouldn't have made it back to their flight. Mic drop. That's it. I have a big thing about respect, and there's no way we can get anywhere without that.
Marcus, you there? You want to go?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Till was saying. I don't get the point of why the Trump administration even had him there if they were just going to bring him there to just try to embarrass the dude and shit talking.
Yeah.
For one, who the fuck is JD Vance? You're the vice fucking president. Why are you popping off at the mouth? And you need to be thankful to the Trump. For one, Biden was the president while he's been getting all this shit. You ain't been helping them with a damn thing. So, and for you to decide you want to do this off of some pettiness because he backed the people who were giving him a bunch of shit, that. And then, like she said about the people worried about what he's wearing. Y'all don't say a damn thing about Elon, who is technically supposed to be part of our government, shows up to staff meetings. Because I heard people say, well, he's not a president. Yeah, but all of those other cabinet members can show up with a damn suit. And also on top of it, he's walking around with everybody sitting down, Trump included, as if like he's chairman of the board and Trump is just a trustee or something. I mean, the level of disrespect and arrogance that's going on to go after a foreign leader like he needs to. Now, granted, and well, I was going to say on top of that, did y'all not, America and some of these same people who were part of the Trump administration, did y'all not help get this guy to join your whole NATO what do we got, proxy war? So you could try to go against Russia. A lot of these GOP people were all a part of this shit too. And then now it's inconvenient for y'all. Now y'all turn y'all back on this lamb y'all sent out there for slaughter. And then disrespect the poor guy. And then be surprised if he's feeling like the rug got pulled out from under him. Now, don't get me wrong. I felt like the United States and Zelensky and all of them, they were the ones who provoked this war in the first place. But America, you can't, because now Trump has been in for a month, you can't step in and act like, well, hey, you're on your own. I don't know what's going on here. Just because you're president now, you have to take responsibility for America as a whole, and you can't disassociate yourself because it was the last administration. You are part of that money that was going to him the moment that you take over. It's just like people who feel like, well, I wasn't here when black people were going through slavery. Yeah, but the moment that you made that contract to come into this country, you sign on for the good, the bad, the ugly. So you don't get the benefit from all this good shit and ignore everything else. So just like Trump administration and most of this stuff, you're doing it out of, well, NATO was more pulling for Kamala. So reflexively, I'm just going to say, middle fingers to Zelensky. And mind you, I'm somebody who believes that Zelensky is part of this whole, he knew what he was getting himself into with this corruption and this whole marching eastward, going towards Russia. You knew what you were doing. And the United States was in bed with him and perfectly fine, along with these other Western leaders. And so it's messed up that you're going to come in here and flip the script on this dude after he's been dealing with the United States completely on board for everything for 2.5 years. Also, Vance, you have, if this is how you feel, you have this fucking conversation behind closed doors. You don't do this bullshit out in front of everybody. It makes us look stupid as a fucking nation, honestly.
I just will. Last post because we're still laughing, and I'm gonna build off of what you said, Marcus, because you're absolutely right. When the hell did we let the flunkies start speaking for us? Because I ain't never had my second in command ever speak to nobody that I needed to talk to. Never. I've never let a subordinate speak to somebody that's on my level. You had, Chris?
Well, here's another thing I forgot to throw in there. You brought in about a subordinate speaking. Trump literally misheard something that Zelensky said and took it as if like Zelensky was making a threat towards him. He's like, "You'll feel the pain later on," or whatever. He's like, "You don't know that. I mean, like, and you don't either. You say that this is what's going to happen, and that's not what's going to happen. You don't have a clue either. You just talk out of your ass half the time, and your sycophants just fucking dick ride you so much that they just say, yeah, whatever Trump says is going to happen." He says all the time, "If I was in power, none of this would have ever happened." Bullshit. You don't control every fucking thing. You're not God. So shut your dumb ass up. That irritates me. You don't know what the hell is going to happen. You act like Russia don't have the power to send a little pain America's way. And I'm not even saying that they would do it because of this whole situation. But none of y'all know what's coming for tomorrow. None of y'all know. So for him to act so indignant, like it was like Zelensky was making a threat against America or something, was just these emotional, sensitive ass people are on the right too, and a lot of them are in power right fucking now. Tiny egos, little tiny something else is pushing the whole day right now.
Remember when they kept saying Kamala couldn't be in charge or Hillary couldn't be in charge because she'd be too emotional?
Oh, women in general. They say all women are too emotional, but look at what we got now.
Huh. Go ahead, Chris.
Unfortunately for you guys, Unfortunately for you guys, my take is the total opposite. Zelensky, you've been on the receiving end of billions of dollars. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you. I pay you. I am the only one who has made sure that you have not been erased from the face of the planet. So when I invite you to my crib, you better talk to me nicely. When I tell you take your shoes off at my door, take your shoes off at my door. When I tell you sit at my table and enjoy dinner, you better not talk to me any kind of way. You understand? I'm the one who has ensured your survival and the survival of your people. So you better act like a bitch when you're in my presence because I'm your daddy.
Nigga, you ain't signed. Oh, sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to make that personal.
No, it's all good, Teal.
You ain't signed these checks though, bro.
Yeah,
the old OG signed these checks. You a new OG. I will G check you to see if your food. You want me to eat your food real quick?
So this is what I'm saying. If you want to try to eat my food, go ahead. Try to eat my food when I have all the guards and superiors here. Go ahead, try me. I dare you. I'm in charge now. The old guard, they not here no more. I'm daddy. I'm Papi. I'm Papi Chulo. I'm the rest of it.
He daddy to the Zelensky, but he ain't daddy to nobody else.
No, I'm daddy to all of you because I have my Zionist people behind me. So I actually am daddy to all of you. And if you do not want to respect that, then I will bring you to the White House and just show you. I will have my second in command address you as if it is me. Did you not see or hear that? Vance did everything that Trump and Team Trump wanted him to do. And then when Zelensky decided to try to puff his little A cups up, Trump tapped him on the shoulder and said, yo, you wouldn't be nowhere without our support. Look, it was so much so that the Biden administration gave Zelensky and Ukraine the max amount of money they could before Trump came into office. Ukraine, Zelensky are nothing but bitches of those who despise Russia. And again, you know, a lot of people will not admit it or face it that they hate Trump and everything Trump related so much that their analysis will be skewed because you hate Trump, because you hate Republicans, because you hate conservatives, because you hate everything about those people. You will not be able to give an accurate assessment of the situation on the ground. And I would think that, you know, people who come from certain backgrounds would be able to just make a certain assessment, leaving their emotions out of it. Zelensky and Ukraine would not be around if it were not for the Biden administration giving them the amount of money that they have. They would not be around if France and England and Germany and the rest of them were not supporting them to the extent that they support them. With that being said, you come to America after we have given you X amount of billions of dollars, and you think that your short ass going to sit at the front of that seat so that your feet touch the ground, and you're going to talk shit to a motherfucker like a WWF figure like Donald Trump? You thought you was going to get that shit off on Trump in America? Please, Trump been tight with Vince McMahon for far too long, and you playing with the wrong person to come at Donald Trump as if your dick is long when your feet are short. Okay, you probably piss on your balls because your dick is that small, Mr. Zelensky. And
not Christian.
This is how they. And do you see what I'm saying? This is NWO with Scott Hall and Nash and Hogan.
Big Daddy Sexy Nash.
Kevin Nash, I would take it back and say that they probably would have been here without all of these people, because they probably wouldn't have been in this fucking war in the first place if it wasn't for America and the West.
If the Democratic Party and the Zionists who do hate Russia, if they were not behind Zelensky, Russia could have just taken over the entire Ukraine, not just Donbass or Georgia or wherever else, the little cities on the border. They would have taken over the entire Ukraine if they want. So again, this Trump Zelensky thing that happened to me, again, it just goes to show that even if you try to not be partisan, the thing, a lot of people are not able to escape what their parents instilled in them. The liberal, and this really happens more so with liberal people. I mean, it's both liberal and conservative. The shit that your parents and everything that instilled in you, it makes you feel a way about who's ever in power. And then you try to do this thing about who's worse, who's not, At least it wouldn't be this. At least it wouldn't be that. Yo, we have to take our mindset away from this at least shit. We have to stop talking about, well, at least. No, fuck that. It's either good or bad, not at least. We need to step away from that. With that being said, Zelensky came here talking kind of like as if he was in a position of power. You're not in a position of power. If Trump said, yo, Russia, go ahead and destroy them, what you going to do, Zelensky? What you going to do, Germany? What are you going to do, Britain? What are you going to do, France? You're not going to do a motherfucking thing without the support of the United States. The same goes for fucking Israel. Zelensky, you should not be over here talking tough. The only reason why that you are alive is because of the support you have received from the United States under a Democratic administration. Because if we're really being real, Russia could have just fucking flatlined you a long time ago.
Yeah.
They could have flatlined you a long time ago. They could have not bombed the place where all the wheat was grown, and they could have taken over your wheat production and shipment. What are we talking about? I think that people are so fucking emotional and stuck on their Ruby, what's up? I think people are so emotional and their liberal early parts, their Democratic Party early parts is still stuck with them, and they're not able just to fucking step away and be like, yo, this is what it is. There's a lot of that happens. Why the fuck do we care what Trump said to Zelensky? Why?
Well,
why do we care?
My other
You
thing
just
is,
asked. That's why.
well, my other thing is, I
No,
get that it was
But
I
a
but
know
but
I
moment.
have.
also
But I'm saying,
also are
like,
you keep saying people keep going back to their liberal stuff? Are you saying me?
Ah,
Because it
no,
feels
I'm
like you're talking like, I mean, nobody, we're not talking about what other content creators said. We're only talking about our opinions here. So why bring up what other liberal people somewhere else randomly said unless it has to do with what each of us are saying here now?
No, not because all week I've been watching all week I've been watching the response from different people. Even my mother, mom, if you're watching, my mom been texting me, Chris, I've been watching your podcast. Even my mother is so anti-Trump that she refuses to understand what is actually happening. So in matter of fact, I'm talking to my mom, in fact, and my father is so anti-Trump. If you talk to my pops, he hates Trump so much that he does not pay attention to anything that the Democratic Party does. So actually, I'm talking to my parents more than I'm talking to anybody else, if we
Okay,
keep
that's
it
what
in a
I'm saying.
buck,
Well,
right?
just clarify that, because when I'm making the
Yeah.
argument on the other side, it comes across as if you're saying it to me.
Yeah. And again, no, I'm not talking about you, Marcus. I'm actually talking to my mother.
'Cause
Mom, hi, mother. Mom, I love you. You already know. I'm going to text you after. Dad, you already know I love you too. But you already know. You guys be on the wrong side of shit. And no matter the information that I send you guys, you still fall on the same side of your opinions. I'm trying to tell you that you can have your opinion, but the facts are undisputable.
Can I
We
try to?
cannot argue facts with your opinion. Do not mix your facts with our opinions. And yes, you can say that Republicans, conservatives, etc., have been trying. See, look,
mm,
look, Paige. I see you, Paige. Hi. I'm talking to the woman Paige in the chat because uh Paige, she gets emotional about certain things that I talk about, and I try to inform them to leave your opinions, your emotions, and all of that to the side and just focus on the facts. We don't have to be emotional about things. We can have our opinions, whatever, but we should really focus on facts and not anything else. Zelensky came here. Zelensky came here like his dick was touching his ankles. His dick doesn't pass his scrotum. And he tried to create a moment in which he thought was going to help him. What JD Vance and Trump did to him, actually, I thought it was actually funny. I disagree with these people 99.999, Henry Kane
yeah.
999. I I
Say that
disagree
too,
with them.
so
I disagree with them 99.9% of the time. However, in this 0.1%, they were correct. Who the fuck is you to come here to my house and dictate to me what the hell I'm supposed to do?
are we talking about
I don't think that
war on
I
terror?
don't think he was even dictating what they're supposed to do. If you pay attention to like what was actually said, he wasn't dictating anything. It's like what I heard is JD Vance started off like, "Have you thanked us? Have you this? Have you?" And it just came as like,
Yes,
dude didn't
you
even
should.
ask for nothing. He just started sunning him
Marcus,
instantly.
Marcus, think about it, Marcus. If me and you, if this is me and you show, and Teal
Yeah.
started to say, if Teal started to say, yo, the political matrix is whack and all this shit like that in front of us, you don't think me and you would be like, yo, Teal, you better,
Shut the fuck up.
you better thank
I
your ass.
Exactly. You better be
You better
thankful
thank
I
us
let
for
you on
coming
this
on this.
mug. I get it.
I
I get it.
get what your point, but I'm saying is I don't see what Zelensky and mind you, I feel like yeah, he should in a way be thankful to anybody who given him whatever and don't bite the hand that feeds you. But at the same time, I'm like, what did dude even say for it to be, for Vance to even be coming at him that way? I felt I felt like if you're showing up as a world leader and all of a sudden you're getting talked to like you're a piece of crap all of a sudden out of left field,
Zelensky,
then
but
I would be.
Marcus, if this was Obama talking to Zelensky, would the left have any problem with this?
I think anybody would have a problem with this. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when have we ever seen this before? We have never seen anybody come to the White House
Because
and the
people don't keep
president.
it above. Because people
But
don't keep it real, and people feel like, how you carry yourself, how
Yes,
you
Emmanuel.
speak, your decorum. Oh my God, he was so rough and disrespectful. We can't take that because we're not used to people talking like this. The fact that they was like, yo, nigga, who the fuck is you to come in my house and tell me how much I'm supposed to give you? Now all of a sudden everybody's concerned about decorum when all niggas wanted Obama was to be on some nigga shit.
We really did, because he looked like he smoked Newports and folded people up like spade tables. But I do want to throw out the fact, and I agree with Chris, but I'm also on a level of respect. I'm big on
yeah,
respect, and I get that. I'm just big on respect. That may be
yep,
an emotional
same
thing,
here.
but I'm just
So
big
am
on
I.
respect. But the thing that people have to unlearn, I will build off of you, Chris. What people need to unlearn is these Christian fixated morals, and that's where it is. Each one of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party all have they still have this glass jar of these Christian morals of, you need to be nice and be thankful and da 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 da. I get that, and I get that. And I understand that we do need to break off of this. I just told my little brother the same thing. He told me one of his coworkers, her nigga, you know what I'm saying, cheated on her on Valentine's Day. I said, well, shit, she should have had 2 niggas.
Correct.
It's not
Correct.
morally okay, but that is a real statement. You wouldn't be heartbroken if you had a little side jump, So I get you,
Correct.
Chris. Yes, we do need to show the world, if we're going to be in our house, how we running our house. I get that. But in the same breath, if you were that mad that he disrespected you, smack the shit out of him. It just felt
Chris,
like I needed either to be 100 or 0. Like that was it. I didn't need no in between.
look again. And look, Chris H is one of my favorite people, right? We share the same name. He says, you're forgetting that the Ukrainians did all the dying for the U.S.'s agenda. That is their stupidity. If you watch the videos on the internet, the Ukrainian government is driving around every Ukrainian city and town and neighborhood and block and boulevard, pulling over every car with every man, and they're conscripting them to die on the front lines. Okay?
Yeah.
That is your fault. That is an internal issue. That is an
Yeah.
internal issue you need to deal with. And because United States dollars are in play, this is what's getting these men who are actually trying to flee with their women and their children to keep their family unit alive. The Ukrainian government, only because of the US dollar that they've been given, are going through and snatching all these dudes. They actually like to get these dudes in a van to bring them to go on the front line. Then they come home with no right arm and no left leg. They come home with colostomy bags. They come home with one eye missing. They come home with no teeth. They come home with a hole in their head. And again, like, what are we talking about? This is typical U.S. policy. And again, I just truly feel like former Democrats, liberals, socialists, whatever you want to call yourself, they still have it that like, oh, I'm just supposed to oppose and hate everything conservative Republican, that I just have to say that the way that Zelensky was treated was not right. Why the fuck do we care how Zelensky was treated? Zelensky's trash, Trump is trash, Vance is trash, Obama's trash, Bush, and everybody in between, they're all trash. We should not be treating these people as if there's better or worse. They're all on the same team. We are on the opposition. When we give them any kind of grace, this is where we lose. Teal, Marcus, anybody jump in? I'm here by myself.
No. I mean, I guess just for me, I just look at it on a person level. And I mean, that doesn't mean that I don't agree with what you said. but I just look at it on a person level. If I signed up a deal with somebody and I got fucked over in the deal, I'm going to feel a certain type of way. And I can understand him feeling a type of way. On top of the fact that, let me finish before I see the look on your face. You could, two things can be true at the same time. I get for you is everything is black and white. For me, two things can be true at the same time. He got hustled into a deal that he should have never fucking did. But now he's stuck in the deal. Now he's screwed. And the Trump administration is about to cut him off any damn way or extort the fuck out of him. He knows more than likely he is probably looking at being disappeared sometime soon, whether it's from Russia or whether CIA comes in there and does the dirty work to him. All he got, a cornered dog who is in fear, all he got is to scream and bark and beg and hope that it's going to get him something. Because right now, he's not only screwed himself, but he screwed his people. And so I can understand when, okay, you didn't screw it up now. And now you facing the consequences. Now that doesn't mean that I think we should get him out of it. That doesn't mean that I think we should give him the bread for it, but I can feel for him that, okay, you made a dumbass decision. Now you're fucked.
Marcus, I have to go against that because just for the simple fact that, like, how blind are you that you didn't see the tea leaves? You didn't see American politics.
Yes,
you didn't see that Trump and Team Trump.
I saw the tea leaves.
You did not see the tea leaves.
I'm talking about even from the beginning. From the beginning, what I'm saying is, even though I've seen all this shit, I knew all this shit was gonna happen before he even made the fucking deal. Part of me still feel like, damn, that fucking sucks. I'm just speaking for me. Now, I'm not saying that, hey, that means that because he made a bad deal that we should all, oh, well, we'll do whatever we can to help you out of it. No, you made a deal with the wrong fucking people and you trusted them. And now it's going to bite you and your people in the ass. And I'm just saying that, hey, it's the reality that's going to happen. Don't mean that I can't feel bad. Because it's not only him. The Ukrainian people, they didn't choose this shit. And they all getting rolled up in it because he let himself be hustled by corrupt-ass fucking Americans in the West.
No, you see, that's what I'm saying. You giving him bail. He did not let himself be corrupted. He was part of the corruption that took place in Ukraine from 2014 through 2025. He's been on the benefiting side of that corruption from 2014 with Obama through 2025, or actually through 2024 with the Biden administration. Just look what happened in December and November in terms of the money. I'm always preaching, follow the fucking money. Look at 2024, 25, up until January 2025, up until prior to January 20th. Look at the money. Look how much money this dude has been given. And he wants to show up here at the end of February and talk it tough to a dude who you have been seeing campaign or reference Russia, Ukraine, not in your favor for months. Then you want to show up here as if your dick touched the floor? No, you little dick nigga, short leg nigga. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't shit. Who the fuck is you to come here and tell me about anything? And again, that's what I'm saying. The problem lies with liberals and Democrats not being able to get off they soft ass shit. The party who talks about LGBTQ people the way they do, they would be as soft as shit as on this. They some soft ass niggas. They some soft ass people, and they continue to be soft. And that's what it is. Nobody should be upset or bothered by anything that happened with anything United States, Ukraine at all. If anything, they should be a little bit glad that Trump is there to say, hey, look, I'm not for Ukraine and Russia to be at war, to bring them into NATO and to create war. And at the same time, I'm not giving Trump a pass because he would start World War III over Iran and Israel. So I'm not saying that this guy is some kind of hero. I'm just saying on this particular issue that the United States does not need to invest more money in this. We got people fired from the government.
They should. That's not the argument that we're making.
food stamps and insurance and all this other shit, and we throwing billions over there. I'm just saying we should spend that billions here focusing on Americans. They want to tell you that Social Security is a scam and all this shit as if the defense budget isn't a scam. We spent enough money over there. We should be cutting the lines and saying no. I wish that Trump would have the same energy for Netanyahu and all the fucking Israelis. He doesn't because he is a bitch. He's their bitch. But on this particular case, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. It just happens to be 5:20, and Trump is at 5:20. Nothing about we should not be supporting nothing that pertains to Ukraine. We should not be. As a country, we should not be in support of anything. Because again, if we're paying attention to the facts, for 2014, they had 2013, 2012, 11, 10, 9, 8, and before, Ukraine was not at beef with Russia. We just happened to have a coup backed by the United States, by England, by France, and Germany, and all the rest of the Western powers. They was all behind that. And then we sitting here giving billions of dollars away. Niggas talk about reparations and shit like that. The FBA, people talk about, we should get whatever. Yeah, your money, give that money to them because they know I'm a tether. So I'm just saying.
All right, yeah, okay, we get it. You made it, Chris. You made your point. We got it. We got other topics that we ain't hitting none of this, and we're going round and round on this. And
yeah,
I think you established. I think you made strong points. You established your point, and I think we can move on.
It's the same thing with Israel. There's a problem there with Elon and the rest of them. Now, where they want to be all strong and tough on Zelensky, and they want to act like their dicks touch the floor when it comes to, Netanyahu and Israel. Now all of a sudden they should have just shriveled to the, I don't want no short man. That's where they should devolve to, Teal.
I don't want no small man.
You see, Teal know.
I do.
Teal know I shit. There we go, Teal.
But I liked how somebody comment. Can we really segue into the food part though? Because I want to talk about that. Yeah, somebody said they soft because there's too much soy in the food. Facts. They're trying to kill us. It's in the food. Last time I said that, my Instagram got banned for 300 days. They just gave it back. But yeah, I definitely still believe. Yes, Chris, they freaking took my shit away, and you are on fire today. He is on a roll. He is on fire. But I had put out a feeler one day, and I had explained to some people like, nah, they really, like, we all know genetically modified this, genetically modified that, things of that nature. But it's even just down to like breaking down the dyes, breaking down this, that, and the third. Seeing RFK out here talking about it's making you fat. You know what I'm saying? Alex Jones, yeah, it's making the frogs gay. All of those things are true. And what are we going to do about it? What can we do about it, Marcus? Like, seriously, what can we really do about the fact that they are fucking our foods up and killing us from the inside out?
Well, from watching that documentary, which I put in, I made a post for it so y'all can be able to link to it easy.
Oh, I've been watching it.
I want people to really check it out because it shows how confounded the problem really is. I mean, Till brought up some good points that's some stuff that they didn't even put in the documentary. I mean, that's going to, like, the documentary kind of lays out like your algebra 1, algebra 2. Till is kind of going to the trigonometry section. But if you watch that, you can kind of establish a couple of things right off the bat. And I know it's focused, but it's not even mainly focused on black people. It shows the numbers for black and brown people, and some things it hit non-white people as a whole. I mean, it showed one portion in there about the Dene tribe, which is Navajo for a lot of people that don't know, and it showed about food deserts and how they affect us, and how where they're at. How they're strategically put in certain areas.
Now let's talk about a food desert, because a lot of people might not be privy to what a food desert is. It's not what you may think of, like, oh, there's scarcity because they don't have crops. No, I'm talking about they put in certain grocery stores in certain cities, and you got to drive all the way to Timbuktu to get your groceries. And then the corner store that you do have, or that general store that you've always had in your small town, will not have the items that you need, will not have the good items that you want. I currently live in a food desert in my section of Virginia. There's a food desert out here, which is ridiculous because I'm in major cities, I'm outside of major cities, I'm super close to major cities, but it is in fact a food desert out here. Okay, they do not supply you with the proper, nutrient filled items. They have more filler items. And if you
Mhm.
start paying attention to how your stores are actually ran, so many of the things that you actually have access to in your city are terrible for you.
Yeah.
They're horrible, but they will keep pushing that shit out. You ever notice how there ain't no Whole Foods in the hood?
Yep.
Okay, but there's a Starbucks on every corner. There's more Starbuckses on every corner than there are churches. You feel me? Have you ever noticed how there's not as many food drives done by your local churches and community gardens anymore? They'll come in, 86 that out the way in a heartbeat. Like, y'all, the food thing is so big to me because I'm so big on our longevity. And it's not even like how it used to be back in the day when we'll bring it all the way back. They've been fucking with our food since the beginning. What did slaves get to eat? The scraps, the bullshit, the shit they didn't want to eat. We had to make shit shake on that. You know what I'm saying? And then to push forward, now we have access to these stores, but then they put and strategically place certain stores in areas in these same red lines where we can only live. You really think they're gonna give us the best store after they gave us the shittiest area of the city? No.
Mhm.
Why would they do that? Why would they feed us good shit that allows us to be stronger both mentally and physically so that we can actually overthrow the government? I'm just throwing that out there. They're not. They're gonna try their best to just weaken us from the inside out. I.e., there's more McDonald's in the hoods than there are grocery stores.
Hmm. Or just fast food in
Or
general.
fast food in general. Something quick, something easy, something that because they know we like quick and easy shit. They know we like to spend our money. They know we'd rather spend our money on something that shortens the time that we actually have to do something. If I ain't gotta go home and cook, I'm gonna give these kids a happy meal.
Well, I would push back a little on they know that we like. I think that they put it there
There, yeah.
as as a substitute intentionally, because what it started going to at the last part of the documentary, you see probably in like the last 20 minutes, it shows how many of these people who were like CEOs for McDonald's and CEO for Doritos and all of these different other food companies, and many of them worked for Eli Lilly, and or they worked for Pfizer, and then they go to the USDA, and these people literally sit in there on these boards. They know how bad the food is that they're selling to us,
Yep.
and then they go over to the pharmaceutical company, and then work on the cure, the supposed cure to fix us, and then they flip over and go to the USDA to pass laws so that they can be able to sell this toxic food to us and then market the same drug to us. So it's setting a fire. It's like basically getting rid of the fire department, putting up your own private fire department, then starting a fire, then charging people to put out the fire.
What
That's what they're doing to us.
that's always been that's always been the cycle when it comes to that. With USDA getting put in charge in the first place, that's the cycle. We're gonna create the problem, then create the cure, but it's not a cure. We're just gonna create the treatment process of it, and that's exactly why we're dealing with what we're dealing with now. Yeah, they knew what time it was with McDonald's. They knew what they were doing. At first, it might have been a good idea. At first, it might have been okay. And that's why I'm so big on when small businesses get big. I hate when I seen something that I was getting on some sneaky shit that I was trying to gatekeep, sell their soul in a sense. And now they're on the market in Target. Now they're on the shelves in Walmart. When Mambo sauce, beforehand, you couldn't talk to nobody about Mambo sauce unless they lived in the DMV. You get what I'm saying? Do you know what
Hmm.
Mambo sauce is, Marcus?
It sounds familiar.
Okay, Mambo sauce is the best sauce you can get in DC. It goes on your chicken. It could go on your baby. It can go on anything. It's so good. Okay, you could only get that if you was in the DMV. You only knew about it if it's in the DMV. Like that and go-go music, they go together. I was in Colorado. I go down the aisle to get me some motherfucking mustard. What do I see on the shelves in Target? Mambo sauce. DC's Mambo sauce. What? That's crazy. Like Y'all sold y'all souls. You know, now who knows what kind of preservatives are in it now. Now the whole, oh well, we got to make stuff shelf stable. These are all things that the USDA has put in charge for rules that you have to follow, because they claim that if you eat it, it is spoiled, or if the seal gets broken, then you'll get sick. No, nigga, y'all making us sick anyway. That preservative is sick. All of
Mhm.
that. And then you get diabetes, high blood pressure, for instance, thyroid cancer. Who knows? All of these things that hormonally change your body. And now you have to get something, either surgery, removed, or you got to have to be on something for the rest of your life. Prime example, thyroids. It's a woman thing. Well, it's a man and woman thing, but the thyroid, it's right here. It's a gland in your neck, okay? It's a hormonal gland. I just recently figured out that I have a fucked up thyroid. My mother did as well. So now I got to go do all of these tests, biopsies, ultrasounds, all this wild ass shit, because I got something in my throat that is hormonally changed. So then I had to think about the things that I was eating. That's the first thing I did. I'm on an elimination diet right now. I'm eating so many seeds and nuts, no homo pause, that
Mm.
I literally had to eliminate things out of my diet. Tomorrow, I'm going straight juices, clear things, and broths, and I'm going to rock it out until I can figure out what the fuck I can do to reverse this.
Mhm.
But it's hormonally aggravated. My hormones are all jacked up. What else could be jacked up? I don't know. The chicken that I've been eating for the last 20 some odd years that makes 11-year-olds grow tits. It could be the steak that I have been eating for who knows how long that has the same hormones, even though it's organic. Just because it say organic does not mean shit.
Nope.
That's not even, grass fed don't even mean the same no more. If y'all actually look into it, grass fed, they are still in these shitty ass conditions, just getting grass thrown on their head, and they eat it and keep it going.
Mhm.
Everything that we've been dealing with is definitely food related. Our environment and our food. The same environment that our food grows in is being affected. Chemtrails is falling on our crops. Pesticides, yin and yang. I've been telling people all the time, it makes no sense how spinach can have salmonella. How does that happen? They're using dirty water from the chicken plant to spray on your spinach. People don't know
Here, let
that
me.
most of them. Oh, go ahead, baby.
I'll say, yeah, yeah. Hold that. I just want to answer a couple of quick questions before they get too far
Okay.
buried away. Chris H asked, "What's the DMV?" That's the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. And then I want to go to Paige Lashley. She said years ago, WBAI FM journalist Utrice
Yo,
Let
Marcus,
taught us to think
you sound
objectively.
terrible. I was listening in the background. Now you got to disconnect because
Okay.
I didn't understand a single word you're saying.
Okay. I guess you answer those questions.
I got you. All right. So, all right. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, shoot. I can't see all the questions, Mark. Hurry up and come back, Marcus, because I can't see the other question. Tell me before you leave.
All right. Here, I'll try to type it in the chat.
Okay, now he sounds good.
No, he sound good now. You good. Keep going, Marcus. You sound good.
Okay, I'm good now. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to answer that. Where do young folks get their truthful info? A lot of the info which I look up actually goes from looking to .orgs. When I talk about these different CEOs, who one was the CEO for like McDonald's, and then he goes over to Eli Lilly. I'll just go to, a lot of times I can go to their LinkedIn pages and you can see, okay, this person worked here, worked
Mm-hmm.
there, and now they work at the USDA. And a lot of these CEOs, you can go straight through all their information. I watch documentaries, and then not only any of these videos which I watch as a documentary, or if it's a news article I'm reading, I go through and vet through all the information that I've just read, and that's where I compile my information. And then somebody asked about the DMV. DMV is the DC, Maryland, Virginia area.
Gang, gang.
And then
DMV,
yes, Michael put in smoking is a factor too. But
shout to
we
the
also
DMV except for the hand job people I know in the DMV.
and then another thing I would say is uh,
People.
people will talk about oh well, I'm eating chicken, that's better. Well, we got to look at the conditions that a lot of our food is actually in. I mean, a lot of things it helps that I don't eat it at all anyway. But if we look at the conditions that a lot of these animals are in, the cortisol that goes into them, the fear that they have, all that stuff, those hormones are going into the meat that you're eating, and that is affecting us negatively also. That's adding to the stress. If you look at just the chemicals that coming from all that waste, you might have a chicken processing plant that has like 30,000 chickens there, all basically on top of each other. The waste that's coming off of that, that's being spread into the people around us. And so if you look at what's killing most Americans more than anything, half of it has to do with some kind of heart disease, cancer, all of these things that are coming from our food. And a solution that we should try to look to is trying to go more plant-based. Now I know still that's still an issue because we have to deal with all of the different toxins and chemicals and heavy metals that are in the air because of what's in our water that is evaporated up into our clouds. And so once it rains, or even if it's just being put out there water wise, we still have a lot of contaminants. But that's one approach that you can kind of go to kind of, you know, at least limit some of these toxins and stuff that we're putting in our body.
Now, I'm going to build off of that, Marcus, because here I come back with
You
my
know,
shiny shit. We're
talking about toxins in body, you know, because there's a couple of things that we have not, you know, touched on, and we've been at this 2 hours and 15 minutes. You know, I don't know, Marcus or Teal, what would you guys like to get into? The Epstein files or the Gaza video or anything else? Which one?
I mean, my comment on the Epstein stuff is kind of quick and simple, so I guess we could go that direction.
It's fake.
Well, it's complete control. It was a complete controlled operation, you know, done for whole political, you know, effect. A lot of the information that they put out in there, we've already found out. I mean, so it was nothing. And a lot of the stuff that's put in there is obviously doctored to affect one political party over the other when both of them are complicit. So that's my thoughts.
Teal, what you think?
I don't give a fuck about that list. I need to know where this money gonna come from. Why are eggs $1 an egg? I don't care about that list. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me. It don't pay none of my bills. That nigga.
But honestly, before you jump into the eggs, and I get that.
No.
Too.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. What do you think about just that in particular?
It's strategic.
Because I know you have opinions and thoughts on it.
Because it's all strategic. Like you don't tell me what the left hand is doing with the right hand. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to distract me from something else. I don't care about Epstein anymore. That's old fucking news. What about the new sex traffickers? Who took Epstein's part? Like who applied for Epstein's job and got hired? Tell me about that one. I want to know who Epstein's second is. You know what I'm saying? Where's the next secret island that we need to be watching out for? Where's the next Bohemian retreat that I need to look for? You know, kids still getting snatched the fuck up. It didn't stop when that nigga died.
Stop listening to Teal, you guys. Teal ain't making no sense. She's saying stupid shit. And, you know, what she said, none of it makes sense. I hope you can hear my sarcasm.
Oh, no, for sure. Because, like, I'm not understanding, like, why. Tell me about some aliens, nigga. Tell me why I can't talk to dolphins. I don't give a damn about this Epstein. That's old news. I need the new stuff. Keep me up to date. Send me a tweet of watch out for this guy. Don't tell me about Epstein. Y'all already got Jaleesa, whatever her name is, under the jail. Y'all killed Epstein up out the picture. You done locked Diddy the hell up. Who's next? Where the rest of the pedophiles at? That's it.
Personally, for me, the excuse me, sorry, bless you.
Bless you.
Excuse me, sorry, bless you, thank you. I think for me, the latest Epstein mention, it just really truly goes to show that the vast majority of political observers, commentators, they truly thank you. They truly they don't know how to accurately value the Zionist control on all of this. You understand? Because we had the event this week. Look at all the people that they gave those binders to, or the Epstein files to. Look at every single one of them who has been tweeting about this, who was there at the White House. And again, there is, at this point in time, the Trump supporters are even more stupid than the Obama supporters.
Oof. Oof.
The Trump supporters, y'all claim to be the ones who know all this shit, and you people are dumber than I can't even. Libs of TikTok and all the rest of them, they are all Zionist. Every single
Yep.
person who was at the White House
Yep.
are who posed. Look, they're holding binders about the worst possible crimes. I could shoot. I could shoot Marcus. Pause, Marcus. You know I would never shoot you. But if I
Fair
shot
enough.
Marcus, Marcus shot me. It is what it is. But when we're talking about like abuse to children and an entire population, there's not worse. There's not much worse than anything that the Zionists have. Look, I'm just gonna keep it a buck, and maybe it's alcohol. Most of probably the child pornography that exists in the world today probably emanates from Israel. Because if you are Israeli, if you are Jewish and you have a thing for children, if you are a pedophile, you can escape to Israel and you can live a good life. So, with that being said, with the amount for the Drake people complaining that Kendrick put a couple of flags on Drake's house in Canada, you can put more pedophile stickers on the country of Israel than anywhere else in the world. So me knowing that most of the child pornography probably emanates from Israel. And the fact that they gave the Epstein files, all of the shit that we already knew, they gave it to supporters of Israel, should already tell you who controls what. And you Trump supporters thinking that, Trump is going after the deep state and he's trying to stop pedophilia and he's trying to stop trafficking. No, actually, his son-in-law, his daughter, his son, his homies, they are the people who are most involved with all of the things that you claim to hate. So the variants of the world who used to watch this program, I would talk to the variants of this world, and she would try to tell me how Trump is different and all this shit like that. That was a dumb broad who didn't understand shit. And like mostly everybody else. You understand what I'm saying? They are the biggest pedophiles. They are the biggest traffickers. And if you don't understand that, then you are just lacking in a lot of different ways. Till, please jump in on Marcus.
No, you absolutely right. I hate to sound like devil's advocate, but it's not good across the board anyway. But like, they do that and blame it on that. Like I just said, old school religious morals. Like they think that shit cool, and
Yes.
it sucks because if you say something to them about it, they're gonna throw their religion at you, and that's gonna make you look like you hate them, which is crazy. It goes back to how Emmanuel said accountability is like oppression. Because if we hold these niggas accountable to say, y'all been on little girls and little boys because they can't defend themselves and y'all are trifling because y'all use y'all power to use that against these children and y'all manipulate the situation because y'all nasty as fuck. They
Thank
gonna
you,
say,
Thomas.
you hate us? You're a Nazi sympathizer, obviously. You're a XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. And I really hate I really hate that has come into the response when you get to pointing out who the pedophiles are or who the molesters are, who the traffickers are. As soon as you start bringing it up and you find out that it's a specific type of group of people that happen to believe in the same type of God or same type of living based off of what their God has told them, it always turns into a nasty battle of y'all are anti, you know what I'm saying? Or you are not a sympathizer, or you're a sympathizer of the alternate group. It's never actually showing where their flaws are. And that's a very flawed and skewed lifestyle to live. And in my opinion, I think we all need to just chop them down from the waist down, if you catch my drift. I think if there were more Lorena Bobbitts in the world, we wouldn't be having a lot of these issues. So hashtag free Lorena Bobbitt. Hashtag the gang. Free the gang. Lorena Bobbitt for president. Lorena Bobbitt, head of defense, and I think we need to put Lorena Bobbitt in charge of who is in charge of our defense and everybody else that we be, sending out to go kill people. Put her in charge. There's been a lot less scalping and dingling cutting off, in my opinion. And I think if we scalped and dingling cut off people publicly, a lot of this won't happen no more. Bring back public executions. That's it. Lorena Bobbitt 2028.
No, we don't want Lorena. We don't want
Yes, old man Barker. Sorry.
Ruby. If we didn't say hi, to you earlier, Ruby, what's good? I see Extra Bulla in the crowd, which is Warren. Warren was good. I don't know if you're in Chicago or New York. Warren be changing major cities like the Flash. I don't know if he's in Central City. I don't know if he's in Metropolis or Gotham or Central City. But, Warren was good. I hope all is well. And we need some... Warren said he's doing his best black rendition. He said he is incognito, and I understand it, and so does Teal. That's why she reacted the way she did, because Teal understood being incognito, because you can't always be around for all these people. Teal, when you're gonna come to Florida, you should come visit.
I need to.
The weather is really nice out here.
Sun's out, one's out.
Deal. When I tell you, it is today. It has been. This is beach weather already. I'm wearing beach weather right now, and I say that as a New Yorker. I make fun of all my New York people, because 99.9% of all my family and friends are still in New York. I'm one of the few who migrated south to Florida. And yeah, it's beach weather down here. And all you winter people, so sad.
We got another snow. Y'all got one more snow. Y'all think y'all in the clear? It's going to snow on April 1st. Stop playing with it. Talk to them. They still got snow. I did have a question in reference to everything that has been going on, and I know we're all anti-Trump, but how do y'all feel about him putting himself on, photo bombing himself on the golden calf?
Marcus, go ahead.
I want to hear Marcus first.
You talking about in that AI video?
Superimposing himself on the golden calf.
I don't know if he probably did it. Did he even realize it? It's probably just somebody who's part of the whole Trump True Social movement. And they probably did it, and he just kind of this has my face in it, and this is going towards the Trump Gaza thing that I wanted. So let me just reshare it. I mean, I don't think he really thought of it that way, but whoever did it, they definitely thought of it. They knew exactly what they were doing. So it's interesting to me, that video, because Chris said something because I only saw the video on my phone in passing. I didn't have it zoomed in, and Chris brought up the video, and I saw it again, and I was like, oh shit, Chris was right. He did really put bearded fucking women in this video. Wow. I mean, the levels of disrespect and insult to whoever was making that video. I mean, it's a lot in there. It's a lot in there. Yeah, Missy's right. I'm pretty sure that probably is. That's probably Unit 8200 who probably did that video, because I don't even really know what to say, because for those who don't know about the golden calf thing, and
Marcus,
who know about the third temple and stuff.
Marcus.
Now, I just want to throw this part out. If y'all can see this, it's not going to come in clear because my iPad's a dickhead. But anyway, in 2024, in October 2024, they actually inflated a golden calf and dressed it up. like Donald Trump and put it on the lawn of the National Mall. So this is the second time this thing has been referenced. And I'll tell you what my father always told me. First time may be an accident, second time is intent.
Thank you.
So,
great point.
So I'm just curious, in a grand scheme of the whole thing, the envelope of it all, or the umbrella of it all, how do you feel about Trump referencing himself as being the golden calf, in the sense saying that he is the Messiah, if not the Antichrist himself?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you got to look at it. It all depends on whose religious philosophy are we going by? Are we going by the Bible or are we going by the Talmud? Because from the Talmudic perspective, he is exactly what they've been waiting for, their Messiah, which is kind of weird because the Messiah is supposed to be a Jewish Messiah and Trump is supposedly not Jewish. I don't know. Maybe they believe he's going to convert something. I don't know. It's a lot of inconsistencies going on that whole side of the argument. But if Trump is who he's putting himself in the vein of being, and who Christian Zionists would be saying, it's kind of weird their motives of propping him up when he would be the person who's coming to bring the destruction. It's a lot going on that confuses me. I'll let you lead in and maybe I can respond better for that. But I'm watching a lot of things that, as a person who's a faith person who talks about the Bible often, who tries to incorporate it in my life on a regular, it's a lot of stuff that's not making sense to me right now in these days. Especially people who say they profess the Bible, who are like rushing us closer and closer to what, while I was growing up, what every single person in the Christian church was all worried about, the mark of the beast and stuff like that. And it seems like they're running full speed towards it and embracing it almost.
I think the same thing. I think that this is a fear campaign thing for the evangelicals and for the super Southern Baptists. I mean, in all actuality, this one sound real fucked up, y'all, but what do uneducated black people and uneducated white people honestly have in common? Religion.
Yep.
They all have that in common.
And most of them are Baptist or Pentecostal.
Hello. Thank you. And they are all about waiting to see that sign to think that they're going to go home. Okay? That is one thing that they all have in common. They just looking for that little, I can't wait to tell the revelations and, the fire and brimstone and the horsemen.
You can sum it up into one thing. They're all waiting for the supposed rapture. The pre-trib.
Yep. And
look,
go ahead,
look, Teal, I just want to say this and you guys can go. Hey, Dad, I just saw your text message. Big man, you're not no choice. Okay, that's it. Go ahead, Teal.
I want to know context of that. What? No choice on what? What's going on?
Being able to give Chris back to the stork that dropped his ass off.
He's like, man, they switched our kid. They gave us the wrong damn one.
Yeah, me know exactly what your father says. I'm a West Indian kid too. I already know what time that text message was on. If I could take back your Ross Clot ass and send you right back, I would. I would. I know. Me, no ragamuffin to speak to me like that.
Till 100%.
Me don't raise no boy to be no ragamuffin like that. You come back, you got a slick mouth. Oh, you think you're Batman now. Oh, you get out of the house, you think you Batman, huh?
Yo, my father just texted me some shit. I'm like trying to text him real quick, like, yo, you don't have a choice. You stuck. You raised me.
You know you made this, right? Man, I raised this.
That's what I told my pops. Like, yo, son, you brought this Queens dude to Brooklyn, and I'm Queens of Brooklyn all day. So you raised this Queens Brooklynite. Too bad for you, bro. I'm sorry you did this. Look, when my mother was working 3 to 11, all you did was take us to Brooklyn. Every chance I got. I'm a Queens dude. I probably spent more time in Brooklyn than I did in Queens. And me and my brother lived and were born and raised in Queens, but we probably spent far more time in Brooklyn than Queens, especially as we was growing up. 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14. We spent far more time in Brooklyn. So the way that I am is your fault. You never should have brought us around them Israelites, and you ain't know. Marcus, you gotta laugh at that part, Marcus.
Oh, I'm laughing. I am.
I'm just saying, it's just very funny to me. But you know, I'm. You see me. I'm super close to my dad, my uncles, cousins, and you know, for me, there was a lot of men around in my life, which is why I carry myself the way that I do. It was more men in my life than there were women. You know what I'm saying? So my attitude, my disposition is because there were far more men in my life who were involved in raising me than there were women. Of course, my mom and my aunts and my grandma, they had huge, their influence was major, but there were a lot of men also. And I just feel like current day, for a lot of other people, there were far more women than men. And this is why we see a lot of these men. And if you talk to women, a lot of the women's biggest complaints is that a lot of you niggas act like women. Look at Teal's face. Look at Teal's face. Look.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I know how to install toilets, dishwashers, plumbing.
Look at Teal's
drywall. I'm just saying. I ain't had a nigga come do that shit yet. Hey. Donald Trump hands. Y'all know I'm quick with my Donald Trump hands. What can I say?
Teal, do you know what the reaction is when you show up to a woman's house with a bag full of tools and you fix that water heater?
Woo, child. Coochie be through the floor, baby. I'm trying to tell you. And it's not so much that, it's the act of coming in and figuring out a problem and solving it so I don't have to. That's it. Solving a problem. Men that have problem solving skills are my freaking favorite. Let me get my Donald Trump on. They're top notch. I love a man that can solve a problem. These niggas these days create them. Period. That's the end of the statement. More niggas are creating problems than solving them. And in my opinion, I don't think any man deserves a plate of food from me if you're not on a skyscraper building the entire, like, you need to be on, niggas ain't been building skyscrapers like they used to, and that's what's happening. I need more men to still get back into their skyscraper building bag. They got too soft on it. They got too soft. Real rap. I ain't trying to blame your mama or nothing, but
you see,
who else we gonna talk to, bro?
So for me, you know, like when you show up and you're able to do certain things, they be like, "Oh, you did that?" And you know me, more than the physical, more than whatever it is you have between your legs. For me, it's food. I need food. I could get whatever you have between your legs from anywhere. If I wanted to pay for it, I could pay for it elsewhere. But for me, I need food. I'm a foodie. I love food. If you could cook or you could provide food, that's my weakness because I'm fat and I love food.
See? And it's all, man, listen, let me tell you something. Been trying to tell men this for the longest time, okay? You will get so much more out of a woman, and that girl will put that freaking goddamn perfume on her ankles if you can come and fix something. Okay? If you want it, you really want to fix something. She say something wrong with her refrigerator, come over there with a screwdriver or something. I promise you she gonna go in the back and put some goddamn perfume on her ankles. Okay? Tell her that if a girl tell you there's an issue going on, I don't know, my car making a weird noise, boy, come and look under the hood. Just come look. Okay, you might not even be able to fix it. You might have to call your cousin, but at least come and look like you can fix some shit. I promise you, Shorty gonna go in that house and make you something so quick. I do the same thing for my little yeah. My little yeah come and fix some stuff, paint something on my wall, replace something. It could be something small. Motherfucker might have just moved my refrigerator up so I could clean behind it and moved it back. You know what he getting? What's your favorite thing to eat, boo? Okay, corned beef and hash and eggs. Don't worry about it. I got it. You like it crispy? How you like your eggs? Honey, stop playing with me. I'll cook. You want them scrambled with cheese or without? Hard, medium, or soft?
Correct.
Stop playing.
Correct. If you could clean the car, if you can change some
put
oil.
gas in my tank. Just go put gas in my car. It's gotten bad. That's how bad it is today that I got to be like, bro, can you just go put gas in my car? Like, take my car while you're at it. Just go do it.
Look, you guys don't see it because obviously you guys don't see me head to toe and shit like that. But I have to literally dress up every day for work, right? Like button down, slacks, shoes, matching belt, and shit like that. All of my friends and everybody, they always be like, oh, here go this pretty nigga, blah, blah, blah,
Light
blah, blah.
skin.
Yeah, light skin. It's like, oh, this pretty motherfucker. But my hands get dirty. I know how to change your oil. I know how to do all of these. I know how to do a lot of things with my hands. Thankfully, because I had uncles and all the rest of it who taught me some shit. But with that being said, Teal, to what you said, a lot of these dudes don't even know how to even fill up your gas tank. And that's a sad point. You know what I'm saying? Because they would gain so much points for using your car, wasting the gas, and just even filling the tank back up.
I'm glad you said that.
Putting it right back to where it was when she gave it to you.
These niggas will be quick to take your car to go see the next bitch, but can't even change the oil of the tire.
What?
Yes.
They be using your car to go see the next bitch. Look, I'm not even gonna lie, as a nigga, they gonna be mad at me. Niggas be using they chick car to go see another broad, and it's just like, oh my god, you can't even make sure she had gas in her shit.
No, come and bring that bitch back on E. Talking about some more. I had some things I had to do today. Nigga, if you don't get your broke go away, go away. Now the worst part is, and I'm glad we even talking about this. I'm a car fanatic. Okay, I love cars, and this is when I be like, oh, T might be a Nazi sympathizer. I'm not, but I love a Volkswagen, baby. I love an Audi. I love a Porsche. I know them bad boys in and out. And if you know anything about the 90s to the 2000s, those are some of the hardest cars to work on. They were the first ones to have ECUs. They were the first ones to get ran by a computer. You really couldn't work on them. You had to have a machine or a computer to do that. Me, I know how to work on those cars. Thankful for my daddy teaching me, because he would tell me, you ain't got to ask a nigga for shit but for dick. Okay? You're going to be fine. And now me.
You see, Thomas, Teal, what she likes versus what works for her is different. She like the niggas who visually do it for her, but in real life they don't cut it. So she's battling between like
my
her
ego.
visual stimulation and those who are actually useful.
Yes, because if you can find me, Thomas, a rolling 60 or a 9 tray that knows how to plant. I just posted it the other day. I'm trying to make a gangbanger into a farmer. It don't work. It don't connect. It don't correlate. Okay, so I'm about to have to bite the bullet. You know what I'm saying, and get my green acres on, and not be all the way happy with how they look.
You see, like Teal wouldn't like me if we weren't like in terms of like we was trying to be together. She'd be like, nigga, you too soft. You ain't got no bodies.
I mean,
look,
all I want to know is, well, Chris, how about this? If I woke you up out your sleep and said, babe, I need you to piss on my hands, would you do it?
Oh, 1,000%.
Okay, because you already know what time we are. I need you to piss on my hands and burn these clothes. Then that's
not here, but we're gonna go around the corner to go burn this shit.
Thank you. See, that's what I'm talking about. You ain't even gotta have a body. As long as I know I can be like, hey, wake up, piss on my hands real quick, bro. We got some shit you gotta do. Boom.
Correct.
That's it. And a lot of y'all might not even know what that means. So go Google that. We're not gonna say it on the
They
air.
don't know.
They don't know.
But I'm gonna piss on your hands like, oh shit, you woke me up for this. Well, I don't know. See, I would be mad at you, like, yo, I went to sleep and this shit you got yourself into. I'll be talking shit while
I
doing
get
it
it,
the whole
man.
time.
I hear you. Okay, shit happens. Okay,
And I'm still gonna do it, but I'm gonna give you a hard time as I do it. I'm gonna be
No, I
cursing you
don't.
out.
Jonah, no, I don't. I've been to Chicago. My cousin live on the south side. I don't want none of them. I don't. I barely want a Brooklyn nigga, to be honest. I don't. I might take a DC nigga maybe, but to be honest, I need me a Zoe from Miami. I need me
Yo,
a Zoe.
Chris H just did you type Duppy by accident, Chris? Because most people they won't know what Duppy means.
Hmm.
Duppy means ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Duppy mean like, I don't want to sleep with my foot off the bed because the Duppy might
He's
come
gonna
for
come
me.
and grab me. Yeah.
Yes. Duppy gonna come and get me. Chris, where you from, Chris? Who your people are that you know about Duppy?
He said Obaya too.
Yes.
So is you a Zoe or something? La Santeria?
No, not Zoe. Chris, you Jamaican? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like which now we gotta be over here. Look, I love how extra bullets
Look,
doesn't mean you got stung by a jellyfish. Nah, boo.
I don't know who Chris H is, but the fact that he wrote Duppy, if you're Jamaican and you see the word Duppy, then it's just so Chris H. Now you on my radar, Chris H. I don't know who you are, but I need to know who you are. No, my parents from the Caribbean.
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
Okay.
that makes sense.
Welcome.
Okay.
Welcome. Because even I was like, hey, yo, wait a minute. What you know about that? Like now I will say I like men, preferably. I like a little gangster in you. That's cool and all, but I like men that are also spiritually in tune too. I don't want no Christian. I hate when men get to talking to me about God. Because I believe in a God, but don't be trying to get me on no TD Jake shit. I draw the line
So
there.
Teal, what did you think about the Epstein release this week?
I don't think. I think it's a prime time. I think the timing that they did on releasing it was funny as a bitch, in my opinion. I really do. I mean, like, why? Why? You've been in office 27 days, and this is what you worried about? I'm not worried about
Okay.
that. I want to know where my EBT going, because I mean, not that I qualified for it in the last 5 years, but damn, as soon as I thought I'd be able to get a little bit, here y'all go cutting it. That's not what I care
Marcus,
about.
what did you think about the Epstein release this week?
I already said it. You don't remember?
Okay. No, I did. I just didn't know if you had anything more to add to it.
No.
What
I
about
mean,
Gaza?
it's just a political football and the distraction that they used. I mean, they're not going to give us. They're not going to give us the clients. They're not going to give us the people who are actually involved. They're not. I mean, they're not going to talk about what senators or what Congress people or what politicians, or they're not going to say anybody's involved. They're not going to say what it was all for. They're not going to say what anybody specifically did. They're just going to give us flight logs on a couple of people we already knew were already on there, who more than likely are Democrats, and that's about it.
Do you think that they're gonna like black out all the Republicans on the list, Marcus? Like you think? I mean,
Hell
obviously.
yeah!
Okay, I was about to say, you think they fucked with the list already?
There's no way. Well, Pam, they already got backlash for it. That's what
Oh,
Pam Bondi was like. Oh well, we're going to do a second round of it because they didn't get nothing, and they're not going to ever release anything because these people have just went over to the next group of people. Even if you did release who was on the plane, you didn't release what anybody did. Is it illegal to be on a shady plane? No.
is it illegal to
Thank
be on a
you.
shady island?
Great point, Marcus. That's an excellent point, Marcus. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. They're not giving us any crimes that anybody did. It's not going to result in anybody doing any jail time. And when you really look at what this whole thing was, it is a it is a honeypot operation put together by Mossad, the CIA, and MI5.
Okay, now did y'all talk about Diddy's lawyer dropping out? already.
Ooh, ooh.
Because
Thanks
it
for
made me
mentioning
think.
that.
It made me think of that. Okay, because this man represented Osama bin Laden, the baddest of the baddest niggas that we've ever heard in reference to names, in a sense. And you telling me you can't do little old Diddy over here? And they talking about necrophilia. Well, I'll be damned. I ain't think this shit could get any worse. So, how do y'all feel about that part of it in reference to all the Epstein talking and all this other wild ass shit? Y'all think necrophilia didn't happen on them Epstein things? Crazy. But how do y'all feel about Diddy being charged with that? Do you think that's something that black people do? I don't think black people do that. That's just me. I'm sorry. I just don't think black people do that type of shit. Maybe I could be wrong. Who knows? But how do y'all feel about that?
No, they definitely do. I don't think it at some point it at some point the racial behaviors, when you get to a certain financial level, what we do culturally as black people, what we do culturally as European, or what we do culturally as Asian, whatever. Once you get to a certain dollar amount, then it just it really goes to what you're able to pay for people to do. You know what I'm saying? Um, for me, your proximity to sex dictates how you view the world and see the world. As a man, your proximity to sex dictates, pause,
Ooh.
how you see the world.
I like
If
how you
you're a
said that.
man, if you're a man who women don't view a certain way, you view the world a certain way. If you're a man who women view a different way, you view the world a different way.
Hey, you think Diddy be paying? Okay, so I like how Yona said Diddy is a billionaire, not black, and I get that all too well because that whole line that not all skin folk is kinfolk,
Correct.
definitely goes into play, and I think you're absolutely right about that. Once you get into a certain bracket, a certain tax bracket, you're no longer held or bound to certain moral things because you hanging around other motherfuckers that do it. And I ain't trying to, talk about all the white people. We just gonna talk about the ones that was eating mummies and black people during during slavery. Like that's their thing. They was the Delectable Negro is a crazy book to read and it's all true. And after a while, when you get enough money or when you get accepted into a certain bracket of people of a certain type, the catcher Freeman come out of you. If you catch my drift on that too, because remember back, you know what I'm saying, they used to have one black dude that go
Correct.
out and catch all the runaway slaves, or one black dude
Exactly.
that go and infiltrate all the slave quarters to see if they was revolting, etc., etc. And after, I just want to really know what's the price for niggas' souls these days, for real. Cause like if they eating people, you know what I'm saying, they gonna look at you like why you not eating the people too, you know? And if you scrumping on a dead body, or you see John over here scrumping on a dead body, they gonna be looking at you like, why you not doing it? And after a while, money talk, bullshit walk, baby. Um, and we live in a very sick world right now, which is very unfortunate. Marcus, do you have anything to say on that?
No, I mean, I ain't got nothing to say on that one. I don't know nothing about that.
You don't know anything about it. Diddy's lawyer dropped out the race because he said there's necrophilia on the docket now.
Yeah, but you should know how I am. I
Truth.
I feel like a lot of the whole Diddy stuff is gonna be a nothing in the end, and I don't feel like we're gonna learn anything from it really. So I don't even really.
It's the Black Epstein.
No, I don't think he's the Black Epstein. No,
Okay.
I think he's no different than any of these other rich people who have weird, freaky ass parties. He's no different than the Doors or somebody or Led Zeppelin back in the day who having drugged out parties and doing a whole bunch of stuff. It's salacious enough, and people like juicy, gossip, and that's that's kind of the vein of it, and That's what I feel like. I really look at it's not like there's going to be a whole contingent of other people who are going to go down behind this if Diddy does go down, and if he does, I mean, what exactly is he going to, be convicted of? You know, I mean, that's what I mean. At most, what he beat up a woman. They didn't put him under for none of his other charges of attempted murder or possible murder or conspiracy or any of that other stuff. It seems like all of this is just focused on illicit sex and possibly getting people drugged up. I mean, the trafficking stuff, they make it sound like it's the same as like an Epstein thing, where Epstein thing is like they're picking up a 15, 16-year-old girl, sometimes younger, and literally taking them to a whole nother country. Whereas,
Talk about it,
okay,
Marcus.
you
Here
crossed
we go,
into a
Marcus.
different county. I mean, you went like for instance, living here in LA,
Cook
there's so
Morpheus.
many there's so many
Cook
small
Morpheus.
huh?
He's telling you to
Cook
cook. He
Oh,
talking.
Morpheus.
He
Keep
talking
cooking.
that shit.
well, I'm saying that there's so many small cities here. Like for instance, right next to me, I live in Southgate. Southgate, you got Huntington Park, you got Cudahy, you got Linwood, you got Watts. All of this stuff is all right next to each other, 5 minutes apart from all these different things. Compton's on the other side. Long Beach is like 10 minutes away. Like all this stuff is like all right, like literally a couple miles apart from each other. Like all of this shit is like less than 10 miles. And if you crossed over two streets, that's enough for them to be able to hit you for crossing into a different city or state, and that can be technically enough for trafficking. It's just like kidnapping. If you were in your car and I told you you can't get out of the car, that's technically kidnapping, or you can get somebody for a false arrest or keeping them on. I mean, and so you know what I'm saying? How they apply these laws makes a difference to what's actually going to happen in the end. And I think honestly, this is more of a we need to humble you because you kind of got out of pocket on some things and you forgot who was really buttering your bread. And so we need to put you on Front Street, dog walk you a little bit, and then make you understand. And then probably take some bread from him. Probably be disgraced and embarrassed for a little while. I mean, at most, I think if he does get a conviction, we looking at probably like 2 years. They'll say, "Oh, we'll give you a bunch of time served and do some probation for some years," and next thing you know, he'll be back at a Grammys or whatever, like 5 years down the road.
On the Harlem Shake.
Yep.
No, I think the same thing because I think we're both picking up what you're putting down and referencing. He
Hmm.
pissed off the wrong people.
Yeah.
That tequila deal was way deeper, and I've been trying to explain to people that it had things to do with a lot more than just that. It had things to do with the cartel. I think those millions of dollars, all those bottles of baby oil and stuff being souped up with, GHB. People think that they were just for the no, they're not just for the parties. They weren't just used on no, they were trafficking drugs. He was a mule. I think Diddy was a mule that got a little too lippy, in my opinion. That in all, that's exactly what I feel. I feel like he was a mule. He got too big for his britches. Then they needed to knock him down a couple of notches to show them exactly who the fuck they were, and they did it underneath the guise of that tequila company that he had partners in. Deleon, I think.
Diogeo, I think.
Well, yeah, thank you. Um, Whenever he got a little too. I think because he was doing that tequila thing, they kind of made it make it look a little bit better. But all in all, I just feel like the baby oil, the drugs, and all that had to do with the cartel. Because immediately after he got locked up, do you remember there was a dude from the cartel that was trying to sue him in Florida and was like, "You fucked up my money because you got my hoes and my drugs taken." And then the judge was like, "Bro, you can't even say no shit like that." And he was like, "But he did get my money and my drugs and my bitches took." And it was like, "Bro, get the hell out of here. Like, don't do that."
Well, in that sense, it's kind of like when you get that big to like hosting these big, huge parties, you create almost like a whole little smaller micro businesses up under that. It's kind of like a sports teams move into an area. all the bars and restaurants and all which are around the stadium all take a hit if that team is not going deep into the playoffs or if the team gets moved away. And that's kind of the same thing. There was probably all kind of stuff going on up under Diddy's roof. Whether he knew or not is a different story. But a lot of other people lost money by him being locked down and
Yeah.
by not catering this stuff. And I would lean more towards, because of the way he went at them, the liquor company, his people went back and the people who ran the liquor company went back to people above him that he's in business with through the record label and was like, yo, your man's up here acting crazy. And because they was pissed off that Diddy basically embarrassed them in front of his people, which he put him in touch with, they're like, oh, okay, then let's make an example.
And they making a hell of an example out of his ass too.
Hmm.
Oh, child. Hate to be the scapegoat for
So
their asses.
Because I feel like if they really, really wanted, if they was really pissed, like they really wanted to go after him, all of this Kim Porter stuff and all that would be all in it too. They didn't go there.
Ooh,
They didn't go there with all the bodies and stuff that's tied up.
eat them up. Talk about Kim. Marcus,
And
ooh, child, you about to get us taken off YouTube.
I know that they know deeper. They know where they. You heard the phrase like they know where the bodies are buried. They trust me. I guarantee you, they didn't already talk to Albie Shore. They didn't already look through the whole.
The
They,
autopsy.
yeah, they didn't already look through. How come I can't remember his name? Heavy D. They didn't look through all of these people. They've already looked through these ties with Keefy D, and if there's anything there or not. I mean, so trust me, they know all this dude's skeletons because you don't get to that level without them not knowing. And if y'all don't know who the them are, then y'all need to go and do a little bit of research. But they know what's really going on with this dude, and this is
Yep.
just about humiliation and embarrassing and showing what they can do. But obviously, he's still enough of an asset to them that they still want to use him in certain ways, or they would have made things worse for him to guarantee he'd be off the board for a long time.
Long, long time. You're absolutely right. And they making him take, and he taking this L by himself as of right now. Like they really are just making an example out of him, because those lists should have, so many more indictments should have happened if that list is true.
Hmm.
You know.
That's why I'm saying I don't think it's to the level of a Diddy type situation. I mean, it's to the level of that piece of crap dude who Mickey's a girl's drink, which
Mm-hmm.
that's horrible. I'm not saying it's not horrible, but I don't think it's quite to the level of Epstein. Because what I have in my head for Epstein is not only was it the underage girls or boys, but small kids and going into possibly like stuff to the hostel level. If y'all remember those movies,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably all kind of disturbing stuff that was going on a much much deeper level. So I wouldn't say that Diddy, who just had a bunch of celebrities who could participated or not, is quite to the level of what Epstein was doing, because Epstein was not just messing with Epstein wasn't just messing with a couple of celebrities. Epstein was messing with movers and shakers within corporations and governments and royal families. And I don't think Diddy was quite to that level. Did some of them come by the parties? Yeah. But do I think that they were getting themselves completely involved? Like the random comedian or something who drops at a Diddy party? No. Because I don't think that they would allow, I don't think a prince from Denmark is going to allow himself to be on tape on some Diddy party. Now, what is the other dude? Michael Rubin or whatever, is that his name? Something Rubin, who has those white parties. Now him, on the other hand, I
Oh,
can
he.
see. Yeah,
Mark
that
Rubin is crazy.
and
And lastly, I just want to throw out that I recently watched the Sly and the Family Stone documentary on Hulu. And that also gave me a lot of insight in reference to a lot of these record labels, how these record labels really like do you in and do you dirty and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Because if y'all know anything about the man that was in charge of Sly and the Family Stones, the same man that was in charge of what's his name? Sony Music Group. What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?
Uh,
Fuck.
Clive Owens, is it?
Davis?
Clive Davis, yeah.
Yes. Davis is the same man that pretty much found Sly and the Family Stone and like, you know what I'm saying, did all of that. And Sly wasn't doing drugs when he first started his music. It
Well, if
wasn't
you
until Clive
well,
Davis started doing these parties
well, if
himself.
you want to go to that level, just look at what happened into the whole Sam Cooke and everything. But that's
Woo!
another. I'm
Woo!
not gonna go in.
We can get on to that next week, y'all. We might have to do a music history class next week because I love to talk about it. But you are absolutely right because yeah, yeah,
That,
they be plotting and setting you up, bro. They be plotting and setting you
yeah,
up.
so that's what I'm saying. It goes when you start going to that lane, because I feel like that's akin to what happened with Diddy. You start pissing off the people who put you on, and on. I mean, with man, why am I blanking on her name? Who just passed away? Who
Angie
started?
Stone. She was
Yeah.
talking about her royalties on live, and now she dead, and she the only one dead.
Hey, what happened with Coolio? What was he talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
start you start pointing fingers and bringing up who's messing with what, and now you got a problem. Um. Oh, I did. I saw something that Miss Page put on there. I want to respond to. She says we need to focus on the next generation. How can we educate them? We're on our way out. Um, and she had said something before, and I feel it's all tied together. Major issue is how do we, I guess, educate our grandkids, 20 and older, start their lives, get an apartment, requires 700 credit score. How are we helping them out? Honestly, especially for Black families, this goes down to generational wealth and having something to put away or pass down. Because I'm speaking for myself. I mean, I don't know if Till or Chris agree with my perspective on it, but I feel it's getting to the point where because and I hope that this isn't hope you don't take offense to this, but because previous generations of the Black community did not give forethought to what was going on with the younger generations, they have kind of, basically in a sense, pulled the ladder up and left a lot of the younger generation out to fend for themselves.
Yep.
Now that many of them are getting to the point where in the next 20 years, 30 years, they might be moving on. They're going to be a lot of their children and grandchildren are going to be left to the wolves because whereas there was a generation who were spending more of their 20s and 30s just worrying about building their career and focusing internally on their families. They weren't paying attention to what was going on the grand scheme of things that was hurting the community as a whole. And because there were so many who focused on, I just need to worry about my family, the community as a whole suffered. So it needs to be a push for generational wealth. Or I mean, in my situation, what I'm doing is I'm looking at which country I'm moving to because I see this one as it is not going to be advantageous for a Black community as a whole. And you have some Black individuals that are going to do fine, but if you're looking at the health of the community as a whole, we are in dire straits as a community, if there's even a sense of a community still.
And I agree. I just recently spoke with the school board in my county in
I
reference
wouldn't.
to why they took away home economics, why they took away the financial literacy program that was on the skim of being decent when I was in high school. But they've taken all of these extra programs out of the school system and just honestly let them graduate without even understanding what it is that life actually has to offer outside of going to college. If you're not going to college, they pretty much just tell you you're fucked. And the only thing that I have, Miss Page, that I could think of that I'm personally doing for myself, I'm about to be done. Hold on, Chris. Is I don't plan on putting my children in public schooling at all. At all whatsoever. I plan on homeschooling my children. I plan on keeping everything in house. I plan on teaching my children the actual necessities that they need to function in this world. outside of knowing and be able to regurgitate historical facts, math equations, answers, scientific properties, and things of that nature, my children will be actually well versed because they don't teach common things. They only teach book smarts, and that's what I feel a lot of our generation is lacking is the actual fundamentals that they learn at home. People think that the teachers are just going to teach and they get their kids by, and that they don't need to come home and practice the things that they learn. And that's me getting off my soapbox as
Well,
far as that.
they're not teaching financial literacy, which is the biggest thing that hurts us as a community. Not understanding how this game works, and that's not being passed down for not. I can't speak for every family. Some families are doing it, some are not. But in the Black community, the lessons and skills that our older generations are learning to navigate the system, they are not being passed down. And when you look over at other communities who are passing that down, they look at us like, well, you don't understand how credit and this and that works and equity and blah 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 blah. And they look at us like, the hell is wrong with y'all? And it's because that information was not passed down. And whereas a lot of kids I knew who grew up in the suburbs, their parents were teaching them about that stuff when they were like 10, 11, 12 years old, and constantly teaching them about economics and business and how things work. Whereas a lot of our family were just teaching us how to be a worker.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that Black people make too many excuses for their situations. I think that they should be striving for more than what they have. There's enough information with the internet to not just simply devolve to politicians. They don't like Black people, etc., etc. I think that we need to stop making ourselves victims. And while the system works against us, without a doubt, the system is extremely specifically, explicitly against us. With that being said, we are still smart enough, cunning enough, and just sharp enough and strong enough to just do away with that, to get past it. But too many times there's so many of us that like to use that as the excuse for where we are as a group. There's a lot of laziness that is involved and that we don't speak to because it's kind of like it's kind of like when Obama was in office, and those of us like myself who was like, yo, this nigga Obama ain't doing what the fuck he's supposed to do. And it was all the Black people telling me, oh, we don't need to criticize him. We need to give him a grace and give him some time, and don't do it. And these white people, if you doing that, then the white people gonna really that is weak behavior. That is weak behavior that we need to get over. Go ahead, Teal. I'm sorry.
One of the best things that Malcolm X said is if you want to hide some shit from niggas, then you put it in a book.
Yeah, I think the question though was asked like, what do we do?
No, I'm saying it. But
No, I'm talking about to Chris, like, what do we do to fix this? Like, I think that was more the question.
What do we do to fix this? To view each other as more allies instead of adversaries, number one. Number two, to those who are adversaries, a clean cut. You're not part of us. You can't come over here. That's it. You know what I mean? Because that's what I'm saying. They don't get invited to the cookout. No, you don't get an invite. That's it. You understand what I'm saying? And also the word sacrifice. Collectively, you have to be willing to sacrifice to get ahead. On some level, look, in Germany, 1930s and 40s, they were willing to sacrifice a certain number of their population to get what they wanted to get in the late 20th and 21st century. They were willing to make that sacrifice. We have to also be willing to make a sacrifice and or be willing to wage a certain battle that will lead to people no longer being with us. we we have this thing that people owe us something, and to a certain extent, do they owe us shit? Absolutely. Are they going to give it to us? No, they're not. So we have to move a certain way. I know we would like for it to be a different way, but it's not. And I feel that black people, whether you're in England, whether you're in South Africa, whether you're in America, whether you're in South America, whether you are in the Caribbean, too many of us have this thing like, oh, the oppressors are going to feel a certain way and be like, you know what, we did you wrong and we owe you a certain way. They're not going to take that position ever. So for us to like be expecting them to do that is we shooting ourselves in the right foot trying to run a race. We should not expect anybody to do anything.
I
We
don't, but what I'm
collectively,
saying is, I don't think that was the point that anybody had said. I don't think anybody's saying that though. I don't think we're even going from the point of expecting anything. We're talking about, all right, we're already here. What do we do? And without anybody complaining, without any that, we're just trying to figure out, okay, people are in the situation they're in now. How do we help the future generations? Because if future generations aren't even up and around yet, so they're not the ones complaining about anything, how do we help them?
we help them by showing them that we have to do whatever it is we need to do and that there are certain sacrifices that we need to make. We talk to the youth as if they don't have to sacrifice anything. We talk to the current generation as if sacrifice is not part of what it is that you want to get accomplished. We talk to them as if you can have your ice cream and you can eat it too. There's going to be some people who are not going to be able to eat the ice cream. And we need to make that very clear to them, but we don't. And therein lies the problem. We try to make people, we try to pretend as if shit is going to be all okay. It is not all okay. You understand? I tried to explain that to my mother and to my family members and da 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 da. And they're all like, okay, you're just crazy. We won't listen to you, etc., etc. But keep in mind, Marcus, my family is very mixed. I have upper class people in my family. I don't want to air them out, but I have people who live, who are in the 1% in my family. Right? I have 1%ers in my family who I go hang out with, and I'm like, yo, this 1% lifestyle is actually cool. Then I have people who are outside of the 1%, and I'm like, we struggle, but we have a great time anyway.
Yeah, I'm just speaking from the aspect of trying to figure out trying to answer the question thinking solution based instead of looking at the wrong or the problems people have done to get themselves wherever. Because I'm going from the vantage point of somebody where my mom had me at a young age. My mom, she was no like historian and understood all of
No,
these
because
systems
your
and all.
mom was being fast in the street. I ain't dissing your mom. I'm just saying at that time period,
I
it is
mean,
what it is.
well, I mean, but my point is,
Yeah,
without having all of this certain
education
education coming a certain way, and
and information.
a lot of my being taught came from my grandparents. My grandfather only had a second grade education, and my grandmother only made it to the eighth grade. There's not a whole lot of business understanding or entrepreneurship that they understood. And what I'm saying is we have to keep in mind a lot of people, even if they are out there busting their tail working hard. If you don't understand how to play this game, that is a huge obstacle that you have to overcome. And but it is an obstacle you do have to overcome, or else you are never going to get ahead or be able to keep afloat in the system. And that's what I'm saying. We have to focus on if it is something that the older generation can do, and it's not something that's financial, as in like most wealth is passed down through like your house or things like that. if they don't have that they can pass down, what advice, what information, how can you teach them how to be entrepreneurs? How can you teach them this and that? Now, if they decide to be lazy and they don't want to sacrifice what they need to get those things done, that's a whole nother argument. But just on how do we give them the tools so that, okay, now they have a fighting shot on their own, and if they don't succeed, then okay, granted the game is a little rigged and it's tough, but here's some tools to help you fight against that rigged system and actually be able to, get a front foot forward in trying to fight this on your own. That's what I'm saying.
Um, just got to talk to your kids, and this is the problem with the left. The left is not family oriented. The left is very individual oriented. There's a lot of people on the left who do not have children. There's a lot of people on the left who don't give a fuck about children. There's a lot of people on the left who are extremely and singularly obsessed with abortion rights and the ability to have abortion. When you do not have children, you don't have grandchildren, you don't have nieces and nephews who you are connected to, you view life a much different way. Me, I'm a father. When I was younger, my uncles, who I'm close with now, my little cousins, I remember pushing my little cousins in their car seats, in their strollers. The problem with the left is they're so economically focused, like, oh, I can't have a kid because I don't make enough money. There's a lot of people on the left who do not have children, who are just completely out of touch with reality. So many leftists, like all of them, there's a lot of people on the left. I know we talk about the conservatives and the right, but there's
Not
a lot
really.
of there's a lot of
It's a lot of left.
okay, there's a lot of people on the right who don't get shit. Sinead, what's up? There's a lot of people on the left who don't have children, who don't want children, who are unconnected to children, but then will be the first ones to say, oh, the government wants to take away abortion from us, because you are the people who are most likely to go get an abortion. Me, I begged for Marcus's mother and Jalen's mother to get an abortion. I will be honest about that. I begged for both of my children to be aborted, right? They did not. They chose to have Marcus and Jalen. And you know what? I am thankful, 1,000% thankful that they did not give in to my selfish feelings. And my mother, my father, my brother, etc., they love my children. We have expanded our family, and if I died today, I would be okay. You know why? Because I know that my family would adopt my sons as their own. But the rest of the left, they don't deal with that. They do not deal with that on any level. The left really be thinking about abortion just on some, I want to be able to abort the child that I got pregnant. The left is fucking lost on that. And they don't have children, and they don't view society from parental from the angle of being a parent.
I wish it, but my pushback would be, a lot of this I hear is coastal liberals, online liberals, all that. That's where I hear a lot of this pushback, and I get you got a huge animosity towards these people. But I grew up in the Midwest, where there's a whole lot of people on the left who are very, very family oriented. I grew up where there's a lot of people on the so-called left who are about trying to teach their kids something, who are still hardworking. I grew up with a lot of people on the left who are against abortion. It's not because of what New York liberals, however New York liberals are, that does not dictate what everybody on the so-called left of center thinks. And we can't use these people who are outliers as that's what everybody thinks who are that way. I mean, most of the people who I grew up in the Midwest who were card carrying Democrats their whole entire life and who still are pro Second Amendment, carry guns, hunt, all that. And it's a whole lot of just LA and California has to be the base of what everybody is. And everybody makes them as if they are the only people. How they view their politics and how they do things is the only conversation that matters. And it's just so frustrating being somebody from the Midwest and who grew up as a so-called Democrat or a leftist, always have to be glumped in with these people who are in New York who piss everybody off. I'm not with them people. I didn't grow up with them people, and I hate being globbed in with these people.
The way I look at it as somebody who is not a Democrat or liberal, they are the ones who are most mad about the abortion situation. It is only the leftists and the so-called communists who are upset about abortion rights and shit like that. They're not willing to sacrifice anything to raise a fucking kid. They're just upset that they won't have the option to have their chick have an abortion. That is what I see. And again, I'm a father. I can talk the shit I want and say the things I want because you know what? I actually have fucking kids. And I actually have to Zelle my son. My son be texting me, hey, Dad, you know what? Dad, I need some food. Can you Zelle me some money?
Exactly, Thomas.
I be at work selling my little one bread because he ain't got no bread at the moment. The problem is the left is so stuck on theory and everything else, they don't actually experience reality. They have no experience with children. They don't because they're so engorged with abortion rights. They're so involved in it. They don't have no fucking kids. Okay, let me ask the chat. Chat, how many of you have children? I think I'm one of the only people in this chat who actually has kids and raised kids. I don't think there's very many people in this chat who has raised children like I have. I got multiple kids, whether they're related to me or not. I have a child who I consider my grandson, who I am not blood related to, who I would call my grandkid. I don't think there's nobody here who could call himself a grandparent. I am 43, and even though he's not my blood, that's my grandchild. I don't think there's nobody here, even in this chat, who could consider themselves a grandparent. There's nobody here who have children who like me. There's nobody in this chat like me who stands in my shoes. Nobody. As it relates to children or raising children or none of that. Nobody. So this is why I talk the shit that I do because ain't nobody here can fuck with me.
Who's in the chat who's advocating for abortion? I think you're I think it seems like you're having an argument with a bunch of people who are not here. That's what I'm saying. I don't have kids because I made a choice because things are expensive and because I didn't feel like I was with the right person plenty of times. I think there's a whole lot of other factors come into why people don't necessarily have kids.
Yeah,
I feel like, damn, dude, you could kind of chill out with this feeling the need to attack everybody in the chat.
It's not an attack. I'm just saying it's realistic. Do you know what it's like to buy formula? Do you know how much Pampers cost? Do you know how much baby wipes cost? Do you know what insurance is when you get cut? Hold on. Do you know what it's like to get cut from your insurance and have to provide insurance for a kid? Do you know what it's like to have to provide sneakers, clothes? And there's very few people in this chat who know what that is like. Me, I could talk my shit because nigga, that shit, all of it come out my paycheck. I get paid. Do you know how much shit I gotta pay?
Chris,
I coach basketball. Do you know how much I got to pay towards that?
Ooh, I'm about to eat you up.
Nobody, there's very few people in this chat or on the left who understand that. And this is the problem that I have with the left or leftists, liberals, progressives, all this shit. All these people don't, they talk in theory and all this shit, but they don't talk in reality. Theory and reality is totally different. Did I make a mistake and have a child earlier than I wanted to? Yes, I have. That is me. That is my personal feeling. However, a lot of these leftists and progressives, and they don't know anything. The only thing they want to do is have access to abortion. But when you actually have a kid, how many of you motherfuckers know what it takes to have a child?
All right,
And all the things you have to do, and all the things you have to stay up with, all the times you have to stay up late. You got to talk to principals. You got to go to schools. You got to provide clothes. How many of the people in the chat actually deal with that?
All right, Chris, let me eat you up right quick. When I was 18, when I was 18, my 16-year-old girlfriend got pregnant. I raised her child until her racist mother murdered her because my child was biracial. My child was born with tralogy de la Fallot, which is a hole in her heart and a failing liver. At 1, she had a liver transplant. At 2, she had heart surgery. I know what it's like. I paid for Pampers. She stayed with me. I filed paperwork to adopt her. It was a week before she died when I actually got custody. She died a week later. I've buried kids. Now, to the abortion part of it. Yes, I am all for choices and pro whatever the fuck you want to do with your coochie, because that's your coochie. But I'm glad that abortions are not gone, because I needed to get a medical one done because my child was fucked up. So I've lost 2 kids. I've brought one in. Well, my baby mama brought one in the world, and we raised that thing together. So yes, I have been up late.
How many people in the chat have children? Just tap. How many people in the chat have children? Please.
So when it comes
advise
to
me.
So when it comes to finding solutions,
this is why my attitude is the way it is, because not only do I have children that are mine, I have raised. I was with a woman who had 3 children that were not mine, and I had a handful. I had a hand in raising these kids to the point to where, do you know, the only joy I get, the few. Let me just keep it real with y'all. Do you know the joy I get is when the children that are not mine text me or call me and say, Chris, I appreciate you being there for us. That you did more for me than my own father. Do you understand that? For me, I'm not saying for everybody else, for me. Do you understand? For me, that is like life energy. Do you understand? To have people who are not your children say to you, Jesus Christ, thank you for being around. Nobody in the leftist space can handle this, because leftists are so concerned with having access to abortion. They are so concerned with abortion. They don't even understand fucking life.
Chris, you talk about emotional. And I'm like, where did this even come from? We weren't even talking about this. This just randomly came up that you wanted to attack these people, some random people out there about abortion. Like, this doesn't even have anything to do with necessarily the beliefs of the people or beliefs. This almost sounds like this is just, I don't get where this is coming from. This doesn't even fit with what we're even talking about. It's just like you felt this need to be pissed off at these random ass people and build this straw man of something that you felt like going after people about.
No, I'm just saying that that leftists, progressives, liberals, Democrats, whatever you want to call them, that a lot of them are extremely flawed, and people on the left like a Nico or Kim Iverson or any of them, you know, all the leftists think that they're so much better than so-called conservatives, but they're really not. That leftists, a lot of you are flawed. A lot of you leftists are full of shit. A lot of you leftists have no connection to life. You're only connected to your ideology, much like the same way that the right that some on the right are connected to their ideology. A lot of you don't have kids. You're not in these situations. You can't speak for me. A lot of these people can't speak for me because I'm a parent. I'm a nigga. And I'm very much involved in a lot of shit. There's very few people in this space who can speak the way that I can speak. You understand?
Well,
there's a lot of people who can't, and I wish that a lot of them would shut the fuck up and actually listen to a nigga like me who is in
Nico has
who
kids.
deals with this shit. There's a lot of you people in this space who are just like how can I say, like you're not existent. Your opinion means nothing. You have never raised a child. You have never even been involved with any kind of children or the next generation, and you're just talking about what goes on cable news or the internet and shit like that. You're not involved in the day-to-day real shit outside dealing with people. This is why I just dismiss 99% of what everybody has to say, because most of y'all can't relate. How many people in this chat have a kid? Please put in the chat how many of y'all have a child. How many of y'all have a child or responsible for dealing with somebody else? I'm not saying that they have to be responsible, but what I'm saying is most of them are not responsible, and most of y'all are just stuck on fucking theories. Y'all not fucking dealing with the shit that niggas like me have to deal with. And I'm an active father. I'm an active parent. So I talk the shit that I talk because I fucking walk it and I deal with it and I fucking handle it. So when niggas who are not like me, when they talk certain shit, shut the fuck up because you're not like me. You're not ready to deal with the shit that I fucking do. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of people who are not on this level. I deal with many boys, many children, single mothers, single fathers, all this shit. I coach and all this shit. Yo, Nina, I don't have anxiety. I'm just tired of hearing people talk who don't have no experience. I'm tired of hearing people talk who don't have no plug on nothing.
We'll go at these people directly instead of begging just attacking everybody.
A lot of shit. The left likes to complain about conservatives and shit like that. Yo, the left is a lot of fucking gay people who talking about gay shit and gay rights and all this shit. They don't fucking even deal with kids. They don't deal with children. They talk about, oh, we just want the rights because we're gay people. Fuck all that. And the conservatives be on some different shit too. But again, I'm the only nigga probably in this chat who has been married. I've been divorced. I'm married. I have children. I've raised children that are mine. I have children who are not mine. There's probably nobody in the fucking chat who can stand in my shoes. Nobody. So when I talk the shit that I fucking talk, it's because I've been there. None of y'all niggas ever been there. Marcus, you dealt with a chick who had kids? No, you haven't. Till, you dealt with a nigga who had kids for a long time, Till? No, you have not.
I have. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
None of you niggas have ever
What are you talking about?
None of you niggas have ever dealt with none of it. Y'all cannot tell me nothing.
What are you talking about?
Y'all can tell me. What
are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Talk about theory and all this shit like that. None of you niggas can stand on my shoes. And you can't tell me shit.
You sit up there and you talk about people being emotional. What are you talking about? None of this shit you're talking about has to do with anything we've been talking about. None of it. You sat there and you know what? You talked, like, for instance, you brought up Nico. Nico has kids. Nico is coaching kids right now, too.
Nico's a pussy who lives in Brazil. Nico is a pussy who lives in Brazil and talks about a lot of shit. So if anybody wants to clip this and say that, oh, shit, Nico, you a pussy. I saw your post about Kendrick, and then I saw your bitch-ass post about Lil Wayne. Nico, you a pussy because you grow your hair long and you married. And you went to go some light-skinned bitch in Brazil. Nico, you a pussy. Nico, you soft.
All of this is because of rap beef.
Marcus. Chris, I've always dealt with men with kids because there's not a lot of men without kids. So let's start there. Secondly, let's really talk about being in somebody's shoes. You can't never get an abortion.
Voodoo, you
don't know what
understand?
it's like.
Voodoo, this ain't to you
Let me
because
talk. No.
I know
But I wanna
that
finish
Tia,
talking,
I
bro. Let
know
me
that
finish
you
talking. Let me
know.
finish talking though. But let me finish talking. But Chris, I'm gonna tell you something. You'll never be in the shoes of a woman that has to get a medical abortion because she can't pass her child. You'll never understand the process of having to get 2 DNCs because they didn't do the first one right. You will never understand about holding a child and feeling your child in your womb and then going home empty-handed. And I can't get on camera right now because it's emotional for me. And I'm not trying to get emotional, but let me tell you this. You'll never understand that feeling. You'll never understand feeling as if you as a woman, because of the parts that God gave you, don't work right. Or you're blaming yourself for something that might not even have been your fault. But coming home and feeling like a failure because you carried a child half term and you feel like you half a woman because you don't get a chance to hold that motherfucker in this realm, you'll never understand that, Chris. I've had to raise other people's kids because I haven't been able to bring my own to this realm. You don't understand that. Okay?
I left my house. I left my house at 18 years old. My parents
16
told me
here.
not to leave. My parents told me not to leave for whatever reason. I took the car and I moved to fucking Boston, Massachusetts to raise a kid that wasn't mine at 18 years old. There's not a motherfucker who could tell me about talking about raising kids and telling a bitch about all the shit that she's doing wrong about her son.
I'm gonna dip
Nobody
on
can
that.
tell
Y'all
me
can you can do what you need to
Nobody
do.
can
I can
tell me
dip
nothing.
on this.
I raised other
I don't
bitches'
care about
kids
the
better than them
conversation.
bitches.
I gotta pop.
I
I
raised.
gotta go.
Hold on, look. I've raised bitches' children better than them bitches could do. I talk the shit that I talk. I have the attitude that I talk because them bitches that I'm talking about and saying bitches, they kids call me and text me to this day saying, "Thank you, Chris, for teaching me the things that my mother and my father could not teach me." I say that because I've heard that multiple times. The left is so stuck on fucking theory. The left problem is that they stuck on theory. They stuck on things that somebody wrote in a book. They don't have their hands dirty. This is why I talk how I do. This is why the attitude that I have, because I do this. The left, they don't do this. They just talk about it. It's just theory. Marcus, you got kids? Teal, you got kids? No, you don't. That's not a slight against them. I'm just saying, I have kids. Me and my son Jalen used to be in this chat all the time. Me and my son had smoke. I ain't talked to my son in over a year because my son fucked up. My youngest is like, yo, it's really good. If you... This is why I go so hard on the left, because they don't deal with reality. The left does not have any reality. They don't deal with it. They don't live in it. They just talk. I live in it. I coach. I'm around all these kids. I'm around my own children. I'm around children that ain't mine. Who on the left does this? Nobody. They just talk. This is why you guys might be like, damn, Chris is just like so extra. I don't like him. But I'm the only nigga who actually deals with this in real life. Nobody deals with this. Nobody. Marcus, when you deal with kids, you don't. Teal, when you deal with kids, you don't. When do you deal with other people's families? You don't. Nobody does. But I can tell you, I do. I could call my little nigga from inside the room right now. He would come outside and tell you, Dad, you're being too much. You're being too loud. My chick right here would tell you, you're being too loud. You're being too ignorant. I'm the only nigga who actually does it. None of these niggas do it. None of these people on the left do it. None of them. That's why they all just canceled out on the program. We're at 3 hours and 44, approximately 44 minutes. None of them into this. None of them into this. None of them can talk how I talk because they don't do it. Marcus, that's my homie and I love him, but Marcus is too far in the left because anytime I couldn't criticize the left too much, Marcus would be like, oh, he's too much into the left. He don't have no kids. I swear, when you have children, it changes your mindset. When you are responsible for children, it changes your mindset. They don't want to accept nor understand that they don't want to accept nor understand that your worldview changes based on raising children, having children, focusing on reality. I do. I deal with a lot of children. I deal with a lot of 10th graders, 9th graders, 8th graders. I'm a coach in basketball. I deal with a lot of them. I deal with a lot of their parents and all of these things. There are very few people who can probably say that they occupy the same space and time that I do. They do not. So I talk the shit that I talk because I actually walk it. I live it. I deal with it. The rest of them do not. Nobody deals with it. Marcus don't have no kids. Teal don't have no kids. Who the fuck is there going to tell me about policies that relates to children and it relates to all that shit with people who don't have no kids? What the fuck is we talking about? Then it's like, oh, Chris is too emotional. He's not accepting. Chris is not accepting a reality and things like that. But I would just tell you, they don't live the life that I live. I'm not saying that it means my life is worth more than theirs, etc., etc. But as it comes to this generation, the things they see, they understand, they like, nobody could tell you. I could tell you. I could tell you how much these kids love NBA Youngboy. Do y'all know who NBA Youngboy is? Probably not. I could tell you how these kids feel about Triple X. Do you know what Triple X is? Probably not. I could tell you how these kids reacted to the Kendrick versus Drake shit that happened in this year in the last 8, 7, 9 months. I could tell you how they reacted, how they feel. I bet you can't. None of them can't because they don't have kids. They don't be around kids. When do Marcus or Teal or any, and that's not a shot, when do any of them be around kids? Me, once, twice a week, I'm around these kids. I'm a coach. I be around these kids. I ask them, what are you guys interested in? What do you know about? What do you feel about? And they talk to me. So this is why when the rest of them want to tell me how I should react, how I should talk, and things like that, I brush them off because they just don't have any interaction and they don't know. But I do. So, I know I pissed off Marcus. I know I pissed off Teal. It seems as if I'm the only one left on here. It's been 3 hours and 47 minutes. And, I don't have a problem with being who I am. But I just want to tell you that most of these people you don't have an idea about what's happening. We talked about Trump versus Zelensky, Gaza, and all that shit. We watched. I'll just carry this shit by myself. It's okay. We watched Trump and Zelensky. That was a bad. when my friends that don't have kids give me advice about kids, I disregard it as well. Okay, let me just. When my friends that don't have kids give me advice about kids, I disregard it as well. You see what I'm saying? Nobody, the left does not like children. The left don't have children. The only thing that the left is concerned about is access to abortion. That is the only thing that the left is concerned about is access to abortion. That is literally the only thing that they care about, whether or not they can get an abortion. When the woman chooses to tell you, go fuck yourself, go get an abortion. I mean, when the woman tells you, go fuck yourself, I'm not getting an abortion, what are you supposed to do? None of you understand. There's 99.9% of the left who doesn't abort that. The left, there's a lot of gay shit that's on the left. There's a lot of gay shit that they're not interested in child rearing because a lot of them are gay, or they're struggling between whether or not they are how can we say, they're men or women. There's a lot of them that don't do it. When my friends who haven't been married try to speak on how to move in context in marriage, I disrespect it, disregard it. Sorry. Yo, E, no bullshit, E. None of these people on the left like children or have children. When you ask them who has children or who don't have children, it gets very quiet. They're not interested in kids. Not at all. You know, my favorite thing to do, you know what I woke up this morning? You know what I did? I made French toast and bacon and eggs for my son. And I had coffee for myself. Do you know how great that Sunday morning is for me? That I was able to cook breakfast for my son Marcus. My son's name is Marcus, as is Marcus. Me and Marcus had breakfast this morning, and I had coffee. And my son came and sat. Do you know how many y'all niggas don't deal with your kids, don't deal with your sons, or don't have children? Y'all don't understand this. So when niggas like me talk, you should really shut the fuck up and listen to people like me talk. Because most of y'all don't have children. If you get the bitch pregnant, she's gonna go have an abortion. And that's the thing that you guys are most concerned about, that you are able to have an abortion. Me, I'm not concerned about that because I begged for abortion with my 22-year-old son. Jalen was really good with you. They didn't want an abortion. I begged for an abortion with both my children. As sad as that makes me and pathetic as that makes me, I'm very much willing to put myself out there like that. I begged for an abortion, and the women in my life did not have an abortion. And years later, I have to thank them for not having an abortion. You know why? Because I love my dogs. I love my dogs. My niggas in the room listen to me right now. And as soon as I'm going to get off, you know what Marcus is going to say to me? Dad, you were so loud. You interrupted my Fortnite plans. I'm just saying. The rest of them, they don't understand it. How many of you have kids? Put something in the chat. What did Thomas say? Every minority community has a few uncles like Chris telling it like it is. Thomas, you my man. I tell it like it is. These motherfuckers on the left be fucking soft. This is why they're crying about Elon and Trump. Because these niggas are soft. They all are soft. They all are just leftists trying to, because of the internet era, trying to show their benefit as that, hey, you know what? I hate Trump. I hate Trump. I hate Trump. And that's as far as their. That is as far as their. How can I say, their opposition to Trump goes, or to the American government. Now all of a sudden these people are concerned about government jobs. Now all of a sudden they're like, well, it's not right that Elon. There've been a lot of government jobs that should have been canceled a long time ago, but they're now concerned about it because they hate Trump and they hate Elon. Now all of a sudden they want to do it. Do y'all know Kim Iverson? I'm just waiting for a response in the chat. Do y'all know Kim Iverson? I'm waiting for a response before I go further. The naivete in which some of them speak, they can't realize. I understand their perspective, but they can't understand mine. Thank you, E. That is the point. As parents, we can understand the point that they're coming from. They don't understand our point as parents. E, as an adult male, can understand the things that they are saying and why they are saying it. But they don't understand Emmanuel's point as a parent. They don't understand. And that's the vast majority of these people. This is why Marcus gets upset with me. And Marcus is my homeboy, but even he don't really fucking fully get it because he's not a parent. He don't fucking fully understand it. And I know they're like, damn, son, why you saying that? But he don't. This is why he ain't come back on. This is why he didn't try to really get back on. And there's only so much longer that I'm going to be on this channel because I'm just me. And only the people who sit on my couch with me, as you can see where I'm looking, only the people who sit right there understand what the fuck I be talking about. Only them can understand what the fuck I be talking about. Because, you know what I'm saying? Nobody understands. Grandpa called like Chris, and they kept me alive. Yo, Thomas, you my guy. What did he say? Chris, you off that. No, E, at this point, they left me alone, so I'm just like, I'm just I'm just saying what I have to say because they left me alone. Nobody even bothered to come back. I'm looking at looking to see where they would be coming into the chat, and they didn't even bother to come back in. So I get it. This is why I don't do a show by myself, because I know that the vast majority of Marcus's audience wouldn't get me. And Marcus is more a leftist, and he's like really bothered by the fact of Trump and Elon and things like that. For a New York nigga, I'm not bothered by any of this because I'm a New York nigga who grew up riding his bike crushing crack pipes. Oh, not crack pipes, but crack vials. Me and my brother would be riding our bikes, trying to bust. We'd be doing endos on our bikes. And I know y'all don't understand endos. Me and my brother would be doing endos, trying to crash crack valves on the floor. The rest of y'all niggas don't even. Y'all have no idea. Y'all have no idea. It's not even about the liquor. It's just about being honest. Because if you saw the amount of liquor I've drank today, you would say the fact that he can even slow down and say the things that he's saying, you would be like, oh, wait a second. He's actually able to make a point without it being highly emotional or angry or things of that nature. The only thing I'm saying is this is why I have such a problem with the left. And the left, they're so married to their ideology in the same way the right is that they don't get it. You know, when you become a parent, when you are responsible for not just your own children, but for other children, you view the world in a different way. And the fact that the left hates children and they're more concerned about abortion rights than they are about the ability to raise and take care of children, you view the world a different way. Me, I'm responsible for several young men and young boys. You understand? As a coach and just my own son, his friends, and they want to come around him and they be like, my, it's funny. Marcus, my son's name is Marcus. My co-host's name is Marcus. My son, Marcus, is always saying to me that, yo, my friends, they want to come around. They want to hang around. They want to go into the crib. And I just laugh because I always say to my kid, I always say to my Marcus, yo, it's wild that I am how I am and that your friends, these kids, still want to be around knowing I talk the way I talk, I sound how I sound, and they still want to be around me. That's a lot of the leftists. They can't tell me shit because the leftists are more concerned about gay rights and abortion than they are actually raising children. My feet, hands, toes, fingernails are all into raising children. And the leftists, they just don't understand that. They're not. This is where the conservatives have a little bit of more, how can I say, in touch with reality than the leftists. Because the leftists are more concerned with the ability to have abortions than the right, who is like, oh, I want to raise my kid, evangelical and things like that. I'm not saying that that's great. I'm just saying the leftists are more concerned with abortions than they are actually with raising children who can think and move for themselves. If I don't, again, I'm asking, how many of you have children in this chat? How many of you are responsible for children in this chat? How many of you are actually more responsible than I am for children in this chat? I am around kids all week, probably 5 to 6 days a week. I am responsible for being around children. People trust me with their kids. How many of you can say the same? Probably very few of you. But me, I can talk the shit that I do because I am. And very few of you are. You know, that goes to Marcus, that goes to Teal. A lot of you are not. I can. So I talk the shit that I talk because I'm actually around. A lot of you are not around. A lot of you don't have children. A lot of you drop, if you even have kids, you drop your kids off and you're not concerned with what happens to them after the fact. How many of you can say that? That you are, that you interact with these children, you try to teach them, you try to coach them. How many of you? I know uh, it's a tiny portion. And I know it's been 4 hours, 4 minutes, and I'm going to sign off now because I need to go get my shit off. I'm being sarcastic, pause. But I'm just saying, it's 4 hours. I'm getting my shit off. You know, Marcus Cage, he tolerates me, but Marcus is very left wing, and he's bothered by the things that I say. I don't know if you guys saw it in this particular episode, but you can look back at this episode and others, and you could tell where Marcus Cage does not agree with Chris, with Cy Lawson on a lot of things. And you could probably see where it's like, I don't know how much long the political matrix has, but he doesn't agree with me with a lot. Teal is cool. I'm thankful, Teal. Shout out to you for coming through. And Teal came through and she, fucked with us. But I'm I'm a little bit different from the rest of it because a lot of the left deals with theory and dealing with children in theory. They're not really dealing with children in real time. None of them are, because they don't like kids and they want access to abortion. So in the event that they get whoever they're fucking pregnant, they want to make sure that she has an abortion, that she has access to an abortion, as opposed to me. I wanted them to have abortions and have my kids anyway. So I was forced to be a dad, but I was a dad. Jalen, my son Jalen and I have had smoke for the last several months. Jalen, if you're watching this, you already know you need to. You've called me, but you already know we have smoke, and you know, Jalen, that the rest of the family agrees with me and not your bitch ass, because you are a little bit sensitive as a result of just being on your mother's side. But Jalen, you know, as a result of being around me, your brother, your grandma, your grandpa, your uncles, your nephews, all your cousins, all of it. You already know how we feel. And I know that you would probably be like, God damn, my pops is right. I just want to say that you liberals, leftists, and you former leftists, you former liberals, you former progressives, and all this shit, all you people are stuck on your fucking theory. You people don't deal with reality. You're stuck in theory. When you deal with reality and you deal with real life shit, then you could come and holler at Chris or AKA Cy Lawson. Until that day comes, don't talk to me about shit, because you don't know what it's like to every day when your kid be like, I have no money. You go to check your kid's account and it's negative $7. And you're like, hey, I just put $82 in your account, and you subtract for the negative amount that was in there, and you say, okay, you have $68 to spend. Go right ahead. There's very few of you who know how to deal with that. So, Marcus, Teal, and everybody, thank you for joining us today. You can say that Chris is a piece of shit, and it is okay. I don't have a problem with it. Tune in to us next week, Saturday. We'll be on the show. Marcus will probably tell you like he doesn't agree with me. He doesn't like what I said. But thank you very much. You guys have a great night and a great weekend. Peace out. Thank you.